We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, live video streaming via the YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there, what's going on, everybody? We have a couple of, hey, how are you? We have a couple of things that have happened if you didn't hear since the last time you and I got a chance to speak together. We move ahead to week number 6 in the NFL. Eagles, some news around the Eagles today. Dallas Goedert, get the latest on our website, 973ESPN.com. We've got plenty to dive into. The baseball playoffs last night, another walk-off kind of in the Red Sox-Rays series, which came to an end, sadly, for my Rays. My Rays are done. My Rays are out. And the Red Sox advance. They move on. We got a pivotal game 4 the White Sox and the Astros as that series continues. And we got so much going on in the baseball world. NBA getting ready to get underway. I should say NHL getting ready to get underway tonight with the Kraken making their debut, taking on Vegas. And, of course, the Flyers begin on Friday. And you can hear that game, Flyers and Canucks, right here on 97.3 ESPN. But I guess you have to start with the Ben Simmons saga taking yet another turn last night. And it was a wild turn. You know, I went to the game last night, and I kind of joked with Jeff Kerr in the 5 o'clock hour last night. I said, you know, I got to go up to the game. I have to find out if Ben Simmons shows up. You know, I've been accused a few times of being pretty pro Ben Simmons, which I'm not pro or anti Ben Simmons. I'm just the guy that gives the down the middle for Ben Simmons. Is he a perfect player? No. Is he a horrible player? No. Is he a useful player? Absolutely. The team can win with Ben Simmons. If you change your expectations for Ben Simmons, it will be a lot easier conversation to have with yourself. Well, little did I know when I showed up last night that so too was Ben Simmons going to show up at the Wells Fargo Center. Now, I did not see him last night, nor did anybody else apparently. The story is really unbelievable when you think about it. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Ben Simmons showed up unbeknownst to anybody last night. He did not tell the 76ers, hey, I'm showing up tonight. I will be there to get my COVID test. He just showed up. And like somebody knocking on the front door of your house, Simmons is outside of the Wells Fargo Center. And he essentially texts Elton Brand and says, can you let me in? I'm outside. I want to come take my COVID test. Yes, that really happened. Reportedly, Ben Simmons showed up outside the Wells Fargo Center last night, texted Elton Brand and said, can you let me in? I'm outside. I need to take my COVID test. Now, there were reports previously that the two sides had been talking. The resolution was not completed. There was a lot of thought that Ben Simmons would show up by the end of the week, not by the end of the day. So the Sixers had become pretty optimistic that Simmons was going to show up. And they thought it could happen, you know, by the time maybe their final preseason game. They open up next Wednesday night against the New Orleans Pelicans. But they didn't expect it to happen Monday night. Quote, all of a sudden, near the opening tip tonight of the Brooklyn-Philly preseason game, Elton Brand gets a text message essentially saying, hey, Ben's outside the building. He needs to get in and come take his COVID test. And that's how the Sixers found out Ben Simmons, after 2 weeks away in the preseason, had returned to the team. So the holdout may be over, but now what happens? Well, that's unclear, and that's where you come in. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board on this one because I definitely want to hear your reaction. And my question is like this. At this point, Are you just, hey, I want him traded, or are you almost more intrigued by seeing what happens if he returns? A league source told Keith Pompey that Simmons still does not intend to play a game. So essentially what we have here is Ben Simmons doesn't want to be fined. Ben Simmons is tired of missing paychecks. And Ben Simmons is going to return to the team and then essentially say, I'm hurt. Doc Rivers said last night before the game that, quote, we have said from day one what we wanted, that we would still love to get him back. My guess is if and when he comes, I think he will be ready to play. Well, the Sixers were supposed to have practice, or they typically have practice the day after a game. They do not have practice today. They decided to cancel. Now, sources tell Woj that there is an expectation that Simmons himself will meet with the franchise today at the practice facility, and that discussions will take place in the meeting that should help determine what happens next. Now, what happens next is this. Ben Simmons is going to get his opportunity to sit down and discuss with the team, hey, this is the problem, this is what I think, and then maybe get to hear it from him. As I said before, texting back and forth is not a good way to resolve something. You are not getting into an argument with somebody and having any sort of resolution happen via text messaging. It is not happening. But what you can do is, as the organization and more importantly, the player, because obviously the 76ers can't get Ben Simmons to sit with them. He has to want to sit with them. And then they get to sit down in front of Ben and then hear Ben Simmons, his side of the story, say, Ben, what is the problem? Where is the disconnect? Maybe we can hash this out. And then after that meeting, the two sides can go forward. Because after that meeting, when you get a chance to sit in front of somebody and tell them to their face, that is a different meeting than going back and forth through text messages. That is a different meeting than having your agent go to the team, having your agent come back to you, and then your agent basically telling you what you want to hear. Your agent's going to leave out the parts that he doesn't want you to hear. So you want to hear everything, you go right there and sit with the 76ers. And apparently that's what's happening today. So what essentially led Ben Simmons back to Philadelphia? Here's Woj.
With the 76ers talking to Rich Paul, Ben Simmons' agent, about him coming in. Philadelphia thought he would probably come later in the week. And all of a sudden, near the opening tip tonight of that Brooklyn.
That is Adrian Wojnarowski on SportsCenter. So essentially, he is back. But will he play? Over on the text board, 609 403 0973, 609 403 0973. Hit me up on the text board. Couple texts already pouring in. Mike, gotta boo Simmons so bad at home this season. We don't want him. Go back to Hollywood. Soft, non-shooting point guard. Well, there you go. I mean, obviously, you got people who just do not want him back. More text messages coming in. Go with your heart and make him sit on the bench, but go with your head and let him play to get his value up and then trade him. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right. Like Rich Paul has to sit down with his client and say, Ben, if you want to get out of here, the best way for you to get out of here is you need to get back there and basically suck it up and play. Like if I'm Rich Paul and I'm his agent, the agent has to have the tough conversations with his client. The agent is there to represent his client, but he also has to have the tough behind doors conversations and say, Ben, look, man, I'm telling you, this team is not budging right now. They will not trade you. They have your rights for 4 years, and they are ready to make you sit out. You're missing checks. You're already complaining about missed checks. The only way to get those checks is to play. The only way to play is to get back there. And the only way to get out of here is to go back there and play well. Darren in Millville says he already said he can't play with Joel, so why bother with him? He's all about himself and screw the team. That's from Darren in Millville. Well, oddly enough, last night I was a little surprised when given the opportunity to comment on it that Joel Embiid essentially says, it's unfortunate the whole situation happened, but we're a better team with him on the floor. I think there are going to be some adjustments, but it doesn't need to be awkward. We're all professionals. We all want to win. I want to win. And he gives me the best chance to win. So that's what I'm going to go with. But as far as coming back and all that, we've made few adjustments, and he's just got to come in and buy in, and we're going to be fine. Last year, we were the number 1 seed. You just got to buy in, and we're going to be fine. So Joel Embiid, when given the opportunity last week to kind of let Ben Simmons know what he thought, he did not hold back. Well, last night, when given the opportunity, did he hold back a little bit? Or did he look at himself in the mirror and understand that a team without Ben Simmons is basically not good enough? Now, you might say a team with Ben Simmons is not good enough, but in Joel Embiid's heart of hearts, he knows he needs, as I commented on many times last year, he needs that Dennis Rodman type of player on this team. He needs that Dennis Rodman type of player, that all-NBA defensive player. He needs that guy who can switch and play Trae Young and switch and play Bradley Beal and switch and play the other team's best players. Joel Embiid knows he needs that guy on this team. Why? Because Joel Embiid can't do it. Joel Embiid doesn't need Ben Simmons to be this, that, or the other thing. Joel Embiid needs Ben Simmons to do the things that he can't do. Joel Embiid can't go on the perimeter and take out Trae Young. He just can't do it. But he knows Ben Simmons can. See, Joel Embiid thinks like I do. He doesn't think about Ben for the things he can't do. That's fan stuff. Fans harp on the negatives. Fans harp on the things that players can't do. But Joel Embiid's looking at, what does he bring that we need? We don't have anybody that can defend Trae Young. We don't have anyone that can defend Bradley Beal. That guy can do it. What Joel Embiid recognizes is Tobias Harris has to be a better secondary scorer. We need more from Maxey. We need more from Curry. It would have helped to have Danny Green. He understands that Ben Simmons' presence, without him, they're not good enough. So Joel, why he said what he said last week, he had to reverse course slightly when asked because he knows he doesn't have a better option. Joel knows basically what I've been saying. They need Ben Simmons defensively because he's seen them play without Ben Simmons defensively, and it's not fun. When Tyrese Maxey and Seth Curry are in the backcourt together, Joel Embiid knows he's going to have a long day in the paint. Joel Embiid can cover the other parts of Ben Simmons' his liabilities. In his mind, I could do more offensively. I could be better offensively. Tobias can be better offensively. But one thing that Joel Embiid cannot do is he cannot go out there. He cannot go out there and defend the perimeter. And he knows I have the best guy in the league at doing that. So if it's between giving him away or having him sit, I think I might as well just keep him. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Let's see what you guys are saying on the video stream. Jalen checks in. It says, Ben Simmons slinking back to the Sixers without telling anyone reminds me of George Costanza just randomly returning to the office after quitting and yelling at his boss. That's a good scene. Oh, you mean that the other day? You thought I was being serious? Yeah, Costanza, you will always be over there, and I will always be way over here because you're a loser, Costanza. Yeah, good scene, Jalen. Good pull by you. The 8-ball checks in. It says, I think it's best if the Sixers trade Ben. They seem to do too much. They do seem to do much better without him. I don't think they do much better without him. When do they do better without him? There's no scenario. Whenever he's out, they struggle. When he does not play, they struggle. During the regular season. Now, he has not missed playoff times. You could say he struggled in these playoffs. You'd be 1,000% right. He was abysmal in these playoffs. But over the 82-game season, when he doesn't play, they struggle. They don't have anybody to bring the ball up. I mean, they have no point guard on this team. And the guys they have playing that role right now, they can't defend. Who's defending Trae Young? Who's defending Bradley Beal? Who's defending the other team's best player? Come on, give me a viable answer to that. 609-403-0973. Now, this is interesting. If he doesn't want to play, he needs to be fined. That's unacceptable. How is that going to play in? If he shows up but he doesn't play, does the team still fine him? That is going to be a league stepping in type of situation, I think. Derek checks in. He says he can talk all he wants with the upper management, but the players are the ones that really have to deal with him. Who the hell wants that in the locker room? Well, Derek, if you're listening to the players, so far, none of them have said we don't want him back. None of them have been the guy that stuck the neck out there and said, we don't want him back. Every one of them have essentially said, we're a better team with him. We're a better team with him. 609-403-0973. Croce checks in. I'm glad you're back, Croce. I know you had to take a little time off because of all the stuff that's going on in the world of Philly sports. He says there's no point. Simmons may play for the team with his tail between his legs, but to think he's actually going to try is crazy. This whole thing is spiraled out of control, and it's a shame. I would have liked to see a run back with the same team with a couple different bench players, obviously. It's a good point. Look, if Ben Simmons comes back and plays, he can't just not try, because if he wants to get traded, he can't. James Harden won it out last year. He went back and played with the Houston Rockets and played at a level that got himself traded. He didn't just go out there and do nothing. Back with the Rockets last year and played hard. And he got himself traded. More text message from Corey in Mays Landing. This is going to ruin his career. How is any team going to want this big bag of baby with the obvious holes in his game? He's the laughing stock of the league. No, he's the laughing stock for fans. The league doesn't laugh like you do. The league will take Ben Simmons. These teams will take Ben, and they will do exactly what I've said. They will accentuate his positives. They will put him on the other team's best player. They will defend, use his defense. They will use him in the open floor. They will ask him, hopefully, to work on other things. He has obvious limitations. If we're only pointing out the limitations, then yeah. But there's another side to the story. Everybody conveniently leaves out the other sides of the story. It's convenient to say he doesn't do this, this, and this, but then you also have to say, well, he does do this, this, and this. And how are the Sixers going to look without this, this, and this? Not so good, unless they get Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal. Then, yeah, they're going to look a heck of a lot different and better. Probably still go up a lot of points. All right, 220 Sports Bash. How is this all going to play out? Michael Kasky-Blomain from CBS Sports is going to join me. I see your text messages coming in at a rapid pace, so keep them coming because I'm going to respond to them throughout the day. 609-403-0973. Download the free mobile app and hit me up through the app. Watch the show live on our YouTube channel, streaming live video at 97.3 ESPN on the YouTube channel. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, And it's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, online at mattblattnissan.com. Don't forget, today is the final day to enter to win Eagles Buccaneers tickets for Thursday night. Go to our website right now, 973ESPN.com, to enter. I'll give you a bonus entry opportunity coming up at 2:55 right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. 226. So where does this all land? Ben Simmons is back. Will he play? Do the Sixers want him to play? Are they just saying the right things? They're surprised by the timing of his return. How did this all unfold? CBS Sports NBA writer covers the Sixers, Michael Kasky-Blomane. He joins me right now here on the Sportscast Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. MKB, this is a bizarre one, man. How are you?
MG, I'm doing good, man. What's going on?
All is good. So last night I was there, and I did not see Ben Simmons, but apparently he was knocking on the door out front, and nobody let him in. The surprise nature of this, is it surprising to you that Ben Simmons has made the decision to rejoin the team?
No, Mike. To me, it's not surprising at all. In fact, I would go the other way and call it pretty predictable. The timing, obviously, that he decided to show up on Monday night when the team's playing a preseason game against Brooklyn without, letting them know that he was going to be there is surprising. But, I had a pretty strong feeling that once he started missing those games and those checks stopped coming in, and there's no sign of, a potential trade on the horizon, that, ultimately the decision will be made for him to come back. It's tough for anyone to want to miss out on the amount of money that he was, potentially going to lose. So now it's just going to be interesting, obviously, to see how they progress from him being back in Philadelphia.
Okay, so the first question is, he's back. Does that mean he plays? That doesn't necessarily guarantee he steps on the floor for this team again now, does it?
I mean, technically no, Mike, but from everything that I've heard and been told is that the Sixers want him back to play in games. Like him coming back.
They want him back to play in games, but does he intend on acquiescing?
Well, the thing to me is if he just comes to Philadelphia and doesn't play in games and is still not fulfilling his contract, that money is still probably going to be withheld. Like I don't see a situation where he's in Philly but not playing and they decide to switch course and pay him the money for not playing in the games. So for me, if it's a move where he's back in order, is motivated by money in order to get that contract money, he's going to have to play in games and play up to, be professional and play up to his level until, probably a trade is ultimately made.
MKB, out in front of the camera, the Sixers are saying they want him back. Behind closed doors, how will he be received when he walks into that locker room?
I think it's impossible that there's not going to be some level of awkwardness or, a little bit of drama and tension behind the scenes, especially when you consider some of the reports that came out in terms of, him basically being tired of playing with Joel, him obviously not letting his teammates fly out to see him in LA. There was obviously not a lot of communication. Joel said last night that he hadn't talked to Ben since the season ended back in June when we were there and we watched him lose to the Hawks, Mike. So, I don't think it's a situation that's potentially not fixable at all, but I definitely think there's going to have to be some sort of a meeting and kind of a discussion between these players before they can go forward, or else it's just going to be a looming, kind of lingering awkwardness in that locker room.
Now, the two sides are supposed to talk today at some point. I mean, Ben Simmons has really not spoken to the organization at all. Do we anticipate hearing something more on this story today? Now, typically the Sixers would practice after a preseason game. They canceled that practice, presumably so that they can try to figure out what's going on here. So do you anticipate more news coming out on this front today?
I don't think so, Mike. I could be wrong, but I think you kind of just nailed it there. I think the fact that there's no practice today, no media availability, kind of shows that they're trying to figure out some things and obviously putting on a good face publicly about how they're going to move forward. I would imagine tomorrow, when practice resumes and there's media members in there, that someone, whether it's Doc, whether it's Daryl, Elton, or potentially even Ben himself, maybe, although I doubt it, I would guess at that point they'll probably make some sort of statement, but I would be kind of surprised if it came today at this point.
Right. I mean, that's going to be the interesting part, is that when Ben Simmons finally has to be put up in front of the media, how is that all going to be played out? I mean, do you anticipate that happening once he's back and he's saying, okay, I'm COVID tested, I'm ready to go? It's the duty of the team to put him out there, correct?
Yeah, well, it's part of his contract, too. He
Correct.
has the media obligations that he'll have to fulfill for sure.
So I guess my question moving forward would be, he comes back like nothing's happened really, and the Sixers have maintained, Michael, right, that they want him long term. But do you anticipate that this is just getting him on the court so that they can work on ways to get him out of here, or that they would realistically try to convince him to want to stay?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mike. And earlier in the offseason, I would have definitely said that it was the latter. They were looking for a trade. It didn't materialize, and everything I heard was that they were willing to, bring him back into the fold for both the short term and potentially the long term. Now, with the ugly public way these things have transpired, some of the things that have been said, I just don't know if there's a long term solution there. I think at this point, if they're trying to get him back on the court, it's probably in the short term interest for them because they are, quite frankly, better. Despite his issues in the playoffs, especially in the regular season, they're better with him out there. He's their best defender, a great playmaker. He adds depth to that team, which already is looking pretty deep, by the way, based on these preseason games. So, I think they want to get him out there, obviously boost that trade value and wait to see, as we've talked about before, once the season gets started, it's a lot more likely that, potential trade offers will come. Teams will underperform. Players will be unhappy with their situation. And then there'll be, potentially guys will be available. And at that point, the Sixers want Ben out there. They want him playing. And then they'll have him to, decide where to go from there. But to me, at this point, it just seems difficult to imagine a scenario where they put all of this behind them and don't trade him at all and just move forward with him on the team.
You made an interesting point. What does a team with Ben Simmons look like? Because you said, they look like a deeper team now. So how does a team with Ben Simmons, how are they different from the team last year?
Mike, I don't know how much different they really are, but at the same time, I just think there's, if this Ben situation didn't happen, I think it would have been a really good thing for the Sixers to run back with the same team that they had last year that got the number 1 seed in the East that was, considered a legitimate contender throughout the season, obviously ultimately underperformed and was upset by Atlanta. But, as we've talked about in depth for years, the Sixers have been dealing with constant turnover year after year, new rosters, major moves, new front office people, a new coach. And it would have been, I think, a great opportunity to, grow on what they did last year. And if they could somehow put the awkwardness of the Ben thing behind them and focus solely on the court, I think there's just room for the team to improve as a unit. They'll get more accustomed to each other. Joel still is, going into his prime, and he looks to be picking up right where he left off last year. There'll be more, comfort level for the younger guys. Like I think Maxey looks like he's ready to take another step forward. Obviously Matisse, Isaiah Joe. So I think it's just a team that's going to be a little bit more cohesive, more developed and deeper if some of those guys are ready to take on a larger role.
Yeah, I mean, you have a situation where I was there last night. Joel, I mean, he looks like he's just getting better and better. Last night, you look at a team that just had more shooting around Joel Embiid. I mean, is that a better recipe in the short term to say, you know what, Ben Simmons, we don't need you. We'll go with shooting, and we'll figure out a way to move you out of here?
It's tough to say that, Mike, because obviously Ben does still bring a lot to the floor. They'll need the defense at some point, as good as Danny is on that end, as good as Matisse is. Neither of them are Ben. I think they would benefit. They don't have a true point guard at this point that, Doc was trying to shoehorn Shake into that role. Tyrese Maxey obviously is a guy that has a super bright future and looks like a guy that will come in and score off the bench. But is he ready to be, a full-time playmaker and a point guard for a championship contender? So I think there is still room for Ben to come in and do what he does. But there is times also that they can say, hey, like, listen, long term, this isn't necessarily what we need. We have these guys that we can surround Joel with. Joel's getting better at reading double teams, moving the ball. So I think we're seeing a blueprint of potentially how a post Ben Simmons Sixers team could look so far this preseason. But in the short term with Ben's there, I think there's definitely still ways that they could, obviously find ways to use him while he's still on the team.
Michael Kasky-Blomain, CBS Sports is here, and obviously there's so many layers of this story. You have the situation where Keith Pompey reported the other day that Simmons does not intend to play a game for the Sixers, but Rivers remains optimistic. We kind of touched on that before, but if he doesn't play, right, and you mentioned, well, they can keep finding him. Can the team find him, or does that have to go to like some sort of arbitration process? Does that get uglier? Does the league have to get involved? How does that work?
Yeah, Mike, I think unless there's some excused reason, if he has like an injury or some sort of a medical clearance from the team doctors, at that point, obviously there would be, room for back and forth on the matter. But as from what I've been able to tell, if he's fully healthy and in Philly, it just doesn't want to play when the team wants him to play, and he basically refuses to go out there. It's almost no different than him being away from the team. He's still not rendering his services. He's still not living up to the contract. So I could be wrong. I'm not speaking on 100% certainty, but in that situation, I'm pretty sure that the team can continue to withhold the pay until he's actually out there on the floor playing in games.
From what you know, how close, far, are they from finding a trade?
There's been no traction from what I've heard, Mike. Basically, going from August, before the initial report came out that Ben, wouldn't be reporting. When I was told that the trade talks had kind of stalled for the time being. I've heard nothing to indicate that there's been any rumblings elsewhere. Obviously there's some teams probably still interested, but it's, to me, a situation where you have to wait till the season starts. You have to see how this situation unfolds. Like, is he going to be out there playing? Is he going to not play? And I think at that point you'll see some of the offers come and pop back up. But for right now, they don't seem to be any closer to finding a deal than they were, a month ago or 6 weeks or whatever.
What do you make of, like, when you hear something like he'll play in Sacramento, doesn't care about that? Like, what does that kind of tell you about the mind, the frame of mind that he's in?
It just comes off kind of as a desperation thing. Like, if you're publicly saying you'd go to the Kings, who, no offense to the Kings, but they've obviously been a bottom barrel team for basically the past decade, haven't been a contender. If you're saying you're, openly willing to leave, that's how much you want to get away from Philly, who, mind you, has been a contender for the past handful of seasons, and you're putting it out there that, you'd even go to the Kings. I think it just shows a level of, how badly he wants to get out of Philly. And for me, that's why I don't think the situation has a long-term resolution. Even if he does, he's back in Philly, even if he does ultimately get back out on the court with his team, I feel like it's just too far gone at this point, that ultimately they're going to have to find something, somewhere to move him, whether that's Sacramento, Toronto, or New York, or anywhere else.
What do you make of the way that he returned last night? I mean, essentially he's outside texting Elton Brand, not him, somebody saying, hey, Ben's outside. He needs someone to let him in the building here. I mean, so it's still at the point where Ben Simmons is not ready to talk to these people.
Yeah, Mike, to me, it's just said in for, I exchanged text with a couple people with the team and whatnot. It just seems like it's Ben basically still trying to do things on his own terms. Not telling the team that he was going to, when or where he was going to show up, that he kind of just showed up and said, hey, I'm here. It's Ben still trying to, basically take whatever control in the situation he has and try to dictate things to the Sixers. That hasn't worked out, obviously, so far in this process. I don't see it working out for him moving forward. But like you said, it's not like he came back necessarily with his hat in his hand ready to make amends. He came back, completely motivated by the financial implications of his holdout, and he's still doesn't want to be here, doesn't want to be with the team. So it's going to be really interesting, obviously, to see how they navigate this over the coming days.
They play Friday in a preseason game in Detroit. They open up on Wednesday night. Will number 25 be on the floor in either one of those games?
I'm gonna say yes for the opener, Mike. I think I don't know. I mean,
what a turn of events this
it's a total guess, but I just think if he's here, to me, that tells me that he's at least somewhat willing to try to hash things out for the time being so that he can recoup that money. And if he's here and they want him on the court and he passes his tests and he's healthy, I think we might see him out there.
Michael Kasky-Blomain is, of course, CBS Sports NBA writer, covers the 76ers. Were you there last night? I did not see you.
No, Mike, I was not there. I'm holding out for the regular season. Had some other duties to take care of before the season gets rolling.
They had a good meal last night, right?
I missed that. What were we talking?
Chicken parm. It wasn't bad. It was pretty good. It was a solid meal for a preseason game. I just went to pick up my pass. I actually went with tickets as just a regular Joe Schmo fan. But I said, hey, I picked up my tickets, and I said I wanted to see if Ben Simmons showed up. And, of course, he did. Ben Simmons follows me, right? Where I go, Ben Simmons follows.
Apparently, Mike. So I guess you better be there for the opener next Friday.
Right. Next Friday's opener against the Nets. Same setting as last night. Maybe it's the Nets that bring him in. There could be something with the Nets. We'll see. Would you do a Kyrie for Ben Simmons deal?
On paper, Mike, absolutely. But with all the other things going on, reports that he would potentially retire, he's due for, obviously he hasn't signed an extension yet, which means he could be a free agent. Obviously, he's not shown a willingness to stick with the team. So I think there's too much risk for Philly to make that move, although on paper it would work out well for both teams unless he, committed to sign an extension with Philly immediately. I think it's too risky of a move.
At the real Mike KB, follow him on Twitter for the rest of this Ben Simmons saga and see how it all unfolds. The drama is right in front of our very eyes. MKB, I'll see you soon, man.
Thanks, Mike. See you at the center soon.
Yeah, man. That's Michael Kasky-Blomain, of course, our former Sixers insider for 97.3 ESPN.com, and he went national on us like most of our Sixers reporters do. They get hired from us. Paul Hudrick, he got hired away. Kevin McCormick, he got hired away. All those guys are doing so well. MKB's doing well as well. Here on the Sports Bash, 241. So how do you guys feel about it? Well, the text messages have not stopped. So I will read off those text messages and respond to them. You text, you're in. You message us on the app, you're in. I'll react next here on the Sports Bash. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. Text me there. Message me through the free mobile app. Or if you're watching the show live on YouTube, message me over there and I will react because this story is bonkers, man. This story is unbelievable. The guy walked up to the Wells Fargo Center last night and said, hey, I'm out front. Let me in. I mean, I got in last night. Ben Simmons can't get in. SLR, I see you. Derek, I see you. Jalen, I see you. Jason, I see you. I see you guys all sending me messages, and I will get to them. Coming up next on the Sports Bash. 247 Sports Bash brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. When it's your heart, don't take chances. Be sure. Demand Deborah.org. I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Give me a follow over there at Mike Gill Show on Twitter if you haven't done so already. Enter to win Eagles Bucs Thursday night. I got club box seats. I'm giving them away tonight at 5 o'clock during Tuesday with Thompson. Who's in, who's out of the NFL playoffs? 425 today. Rob Maaddi is in Tampa. And the Eagles, he's covering that, of course, for the Associated Press. We'll have all that coming up today on the Sports Bash. This Ben Simmons stuff, I got text messages galore, and I will try to get to all of them, where I will blow through as many as I can here in this segment here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. As always, if you message me through the free mobile app, I will get to yours first. And Bubba Reeves in Cape May Courthouse says Ben may come back and make it a point to only take jump shots from 12 feet out or further, 100% out of the time, out of spite. So essentially you're saying he's just going to try to miss shots on purpose. He wants to show the fans that him shooting is not smart. It's an interesting play right there. Let's go to SLR, who says Ben has to be traded. He knows it. The team knows it. They have good vibes without Ben. He could be like an infection if they're not careful. Well, that all depends on how the team receives him when he comes back. Do they legitimately want him to come back? Are they spiteful? Do they not like him? You know, there's a lot of people in that, from what I understand, in that locker room that like Ben. Maxey and him, they are friends. Danny Green and him, they are friends. Tobias Harris and him, they are friends. I don't know about Joel Embiid and him. I don't know that they're fast friends. But those other guys, they like Ben Simmons. So there are guys in there that like Ben Simmons. Like, we've all had a friend we don't agree with, and maybe they're doing something in a way that you don't support, but they don't just turn their back on him. This is a business. These guys understand that this is a business decision that he is making. And for whatever reason, it's not, hey, Tobias Harris, I don't like you. It's, there's something going on with this organization that I don't like, and I don't want to be here anymore. If that's the case. Now, we don't know that. Ben Simmons has really not said. He's put out these little breadcrumbs. Well, I don't like playing with Joel Embiid. And maybe this is, I don't like what Doc Rivers said. We don't know how accurate any of these things are. 609-403-0973. Derek says the players are saying the right things. I think the chemistry is gone, and that is key to a winning season. See, the players are saying they want him back, but there are ways to say something without saying it. You can say, hey, what do you think about Ben Simmons coming back? We all want him back. We all welcome him back. That's a generic answer. You don't have to go out of your way to say we're a better team with him. You don't have to go out of your way to say we want Ben Simmons back because we know we're better without him than we are without him. You could just say we want Ben back. We would welcome him back. You don't have to add the caveat of, look, we're a better team with Ben Simmons. They know that. They're not dummies. Fans don't like Ben Simmons because they don't like that he doesn't shoot. But the players on the team, they're not dumb. They're not dummies. They know Ben Simmons 1,000% gives them a better chance to win. Did he give them a better chance to win the Atlanta series? No, he played horrible. But when push comes to shove, they know that without him, they're not good enough. They're not good enough without him. They need what he has. They need an elite level defender. They need that guy. They have too many teams in the Eastern Conference playoffs that they have to meet up with, that they need someone that can neutralize Trae Young. And when they play, look, if they play Bradley Beal in the first round without Ben Simmons, there's a possibility you lose that damn series. The team around Joel Embiid is simply not good enough. And while Ben Simmons' lack of offense hurts them in some areas, it's the fact that they're not good enough without around Joel Embiid at this point. And that's why they still need Ben Simmons. And Joel Embiid knows that, and so does everybody else on this team. So your answer would be, so then trade him to get somebody else. I don't think that they think that that makes them good enough. They think Ben Simmons is better than the guys they're getting offered. SLR checks back in. He says, I don't think the team would be a problem. I think that Ben would be a problem. He's got a lot of animosity towards Joel, and I think he's jealous. It's a possibility. I don't know. That whole dynamic has always been an odd one. More text messages. Tim from Millville. I'm so glad they did not cave to his demand. They hold all the cards, not him. Well, they haven't caved to his demands yet. He wants to be traded. I think ultimately they'll trade him. I don't know that he's here long term. Mike, the growth of Joel Embiid with his game and his mentality is amazing. 2 years ago, Embiid would have never have made that comment. Well, can't we hope that Ben also grows mentally over the next 2 seasons? He's still a very young guy, very young, immature guy. Mike, Ben will be roasted every night, whether he plays or not. I can't even remember having possibly the most loved player and the most hated player. Ryan from the Villas. The most loved player, Joel Embiid. The most hated player, Ben Simmons, he says. He will be booed probably very, very, very loudly when he returns. The first thing he can do, shut them up. Shut them up. It's an easy answer. Ben Simmons holds the cards. You want to boo me? Watch me play. That's an easy answer. More text message. Mike, the Embiid and Simmons pair have not gotten out of the second round. They were the number 1 seed and lost to a 5 seed. They're not good enough to win anything together. What's going to change in the playoffs? Nothing. Well, that's just an idiotic text message, obviously. Those two guys are still very young. Like we talk about, you don't have young players in this league win championships. If you think that Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid should have won a championship by now, Godspeed to you. So, yes, they have not gotten out of the second round, but that doesn't mean that they can't get. How many times did Jordan lose in the second round before they finally got out of the second round? The Sixers have lost in the second round, 3 times? They lost to Boston, they lost to Atlanta, and they lost to the Raptors. So they've lost 3 times in the second round. So, yeah, if you think that at 24 and 26 years old, or however, I think Embiid's 27 or 28 now. But if you think they should have gotten further than that in their past, then God bless you. I'll take the history in the NBA that suggests you lose a lot before you get to ultimately where you want to be. Ask LeBron James. He's a pretty good player. Ask Michael Jordan. He ended up being pretty good. Ask Kawhi Leonard. Ask all these guys. They don't win at the ages of Embiid and Simmons. So, yeah, you're suggesting they haven't gotten out of the second round. They probably shouldn't have gotten out of the second round yet. Them getting out of the second round at the ages they were at those times would be the exception, not the rule. Let's think before we send text messages, man. You're smarter. Nah, actually, I see who that text message is from. I take that back. Jordan lost in the first round 3 times and the second round once before reaching the conference finals. I guess we should have wrote him off too. Today's Eagles code word of the day, it's ERTZ, E-R-T-Z, ERTZ. Enter it on our website now. All right, Sports Bash, 3 o'clock hour here on the Bash. It's brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Better banking for great rates on loans, refinancing, and credit cards, free or low-cost financial products, the friendly personal service. Visit jerseyshorefcu.org for more information. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot of text messages coming in on this Ben Simmons stuff. I know one man who is not happy with the way this story is going. Jeff Nadeau's here, at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter, the big man on campus. We'll take a look at some of the lines for the weekend that he's looking at. But I'm imagining this is making you sick to your stomach the way this is playing out right now.
Yeah, it definitely is, Mike.
Hold on. There you go.
Yeah, so much to the point, Mike, that I don't even comment on it anymore. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm done with it. I couldn't care less. I'm sick of both sides. It's just been a complete mess. It's that simple.
Absolutely. I mean, I got in the building last night. Ben Simmons apparently needed to text message someone to get in. How's that possible?
Listen, Mike, it's not going to end either, you know?
Well, okay. So if they play Wednesday night, will he play?
I think it's all conjecture, to be honest. I think they're trying to say, well, it's not as bad. He's tradable for sure. Somebody step up. Listen, Mike, at this point, I'm not understanding this team. And why not you're just saying, like, hey, who wants this guy? Just take him off our hands. We'll take whatever. The Kings would trade, Mike. You can make it happen if you want.
Well, you have to understand that not everybody, the Sixers don't think like the fans do. Like, you don't like them. The fans don't like them, but they don't agree with you. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, then say that. Don't keep saying.
I think they have said it. They said we think that we like Ben. We want to keep him here.
But you're constantly trying to trade him. Either you like him or you don't.
Well, they tried to trade him for James Harden. That's a different. They're not trying to trade him for the guys that you're mentioning. They're not trying to trade him into Cleveland or Sacramento or Indiana.
That's where the loser mentality comes from. They have not had any idea on how to grade talent over the years. So for them to say that we like him, that doesn't hold a lot of weight to me. I know more about basketball than anyone in that front organization, so it doesn't matter to me. I know he's not good. I know you're holding out for something that's never going to come. Again, Mike, I'll keep saying this. It's like a girl that you love, but, you know, she's just not good for you.
Well, to be fair, most people think they know more. Like, I think I know more, but that doesn't mean I do know more.
I would be venture to believe, Mike, you know more about basketball than pretty much everybody in that organization. They have no idea. Josh Harris is one of the worst owners in sports.
I probably definitively know more than Josh Harris, but how much input does he have on this situation? Like, do I know more than Daryl Morey? I don't know.
What has Daryl Morey ever won? Oh, I'll tell you, nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, I will say, most people ask that question a lot. They built the second best team over a 5-year period. They were the Rockets were the next best team, were they not? After Golden State.
Fair.
They just couldn't beat the best team, but they were the next best team. Like, the fact that they didn't get the finals, they were still like the second. They were the adversary to Golden State.
And Mike, the major differences between them and the Sixers is they were significantly better than the Sixers were. I remember years ago.
Right, but Morey's the one, like, he pulled the trigger on the Harden trade, right? He's the one that took that chance. So you would think if he, in his heart of hearts, thought that was the best move, he has no problem trading Ben Simmons. I don't think, anyway. Do you?
No, I don't. But I also think his level of what he thinks Ben Simmons is worth is way too high than what we all know he's worth and what I think even he deep down he knows he's worth.
I think the problem is the perception based on, look, fans remember the last thing they saw. Right. He had a horrible playoff. Everybody can admit that. If I was Ben Simmons' brother right now, I would say Ben had a horrible series against Atlanta. So I can't trade him based off the last perception. I have to retry to build up. The problem is he doesn't want to acquiesce with them right now.
Let me ask you, has Ben Simmons lived up to what you thought he would be in the NBA?
Oh, absolutely not.
And by the way, how about that pathetic LeBron James quote that Rich Paul made him say about Ben Simmons and how if he actually worked, he might be better than me. Give me a break. I mean, come on, stop, Mike. Stop, LeBron.
No, I will say this. You're right, 1,000%. He is not what we thought he might be. That being said, like, I think deep down, like, Joel Embiid knows in his heart of heart. Here's the problem. Joel Embiid being a big man, he knows, like, I can score more, Tobias can score, blah, 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 blah. But I can't go on the perimeter and defend. We need someone that can do that. And he knows that I can't be. Joel Embiid himself knows I can't be that. Like, I can score more. I can do more for us in where he's weak, but I can't make up for what we lose when I can't go out in the perimeter and defend.
But we also can't, we have to keep saying this. We also are getting crushed because he can't do certain things on the other end of the court. And that hurts the development as well. So you're going to have to give something up here. And again, you still have good defenders on this team. Danny Green, Tobias Harris. I mean, these guys can defend.
Well, you saw what happened when Danny Green tried to defend Trae Young. That didn't work so well.
Okay, but you have Thibault. You have these young guys that come in. Look, you're going to have to give something up for this, Mike. And at the end of the day, this is too toxic. This is one of the most toxic situations in the history.
Oh, it's a bad situation. It's a bad situation.
You can't go into the season with this hanging over your head. It's irreparable. It's not going to be fixed at this point.
Well, it's going to be interesting. It's a lot of fun to do what I do under these circumstances.
And Mike,
actually, it's not a lot of fun. It's not a lot of fun.
And I hope this fan base have fun with this. I'm not a part of it, though. And until he's gone, I won't be a part of it.
Did you have fun with the Eagles game? Even though it was aesthetically nauseating to watch, they figured out a way to win the game. So what does that say?
That says a lot. I mean, this is the kind of game that over the years they lose, to teams that are kind of on their level that they probably should beat. And I'll keep saying this, Mike. Every game they played this year, they've had the opportunity to win. Kansas City, Dallas, even, San Francisco, obviously. We know that. I was impressed. I thought the offensive line has looked really good. I thought we'd have more issues with this group. We haven't. The penalties seem to get cleaned up just a bit. I know they still had the one touchdown taken off the board, but ultimately I thought Hurts was great. You're involving everybody. I think they did a better job. They made some adjustments, which is helpful. And I want to tell you something about one player that I was real impressed with. Seemed like he was always around. Davion Taylor had a great game on Sunday. I thought he was terrific. Maybe he can be the next great linebacker for this team. You're asking for anything, grasp for straws, but it seemed like he was always around making a big play for this team. So with him and Hargrave and everything, I'm just and I don't want to bring this up, Mike, because I know it's kind of a weird thing to talk about. But Mike, you got to ask yourself at this point, what is going on with Lane Johnson? I mean, it's 3 weeks now. Okay, it's pretty problematic, frankly. Why haven't they talked about what's going on here? This isn't a family death, Mike. We all know it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, they have not given us any breadcrumbs in this situation. And quite frankly, they really haven't been, it's been a personal matter. So that's why they're not getting prodded all that much. But it's odd in this day and age that nothing has kind of leaked out as to what is going on in this situation.
There's concerns here, Mike, because this is an individual that has had certain problems in the past with things. Mike, what is it about this offensive line? Because I remember back when Sean Andrews was here, he had some off the field problems in his head. Brandon Brooks. Look, what's going on? Are there enough people that are there for these people to talk to? What's going on with some of this stuff?
Not sure. I mean, obviously this Lane Johnson thing, he was asked yesterday because he has the number. I guess when you have your number on the hat, that means that you're out for the year, and he said, no, not yet. They're not really, but it is a little interesting that they have yet to really come out and say, this is what he's kind of going through or dealing with. And, when we get more information, we'll give it to you. We got nothing so far. And I don't think he'll play Thursday night. I don't think he's going to play Thursday night.
This is concerning, man. I mean, there's things here where if they're not, look, again, if there's a bad death or something, like that's going to come out. I need a week or two to help myself here and figure things out. But this is a personal thing, I think, that has to do with him. And you got to wonder what's going on exactly. There's a reason they're not talking about it.
All right. Speaking of which, opened up 7.5. It is 6.5. It's kind of bouncing. It hasn't moved all that much. I guess the whole thing with Brady's thumb maybe keeps it in limbo just a little bit here. The linebacker, Levante Davis is out for the game. So you're starting to see some things go your way, but that line hasn't moved a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, 7.5 to 7, and then at 6.5 at some spots. That's telling early in the week, Mike.
Yeah, DraftKings 6.5, Play Sugar House 6.5. It's 7.5 on PointsBet, and then 7 on MGM and FanDuel. So it's in that area.
I also want to always look, Mike. Sometimes when we get regional books, I think the action's a little off just because of how many people are betting the Eagles. But when we look at national books, early action early in the week means smart, sharp money is betting that side. So the sharps are coming in again and taking the Eagles. This is a very similar spot to what we saw with Kansas City and the Eagles a couple of weeks ago. The difference between, I think, this game and that game, the Eagles, I think, finish in the red zone, and I'll bank on the fact that they do. I took 7 in this game. I played it. We have to understand Tampa Bay is a bad pass defense, okay? They may be worse than Kansas City. I know that's hard to believe. If Nick Sirianni, you think Nick Sirianni loves passing the ball, wait till you see Thursday night. They might not run the ball one time in that game because they have a great run defense and a terrible pass defense. They're giving out more passing yards than anyone in the NFL. This is a good spot for an offense. They should be able to move the ball. And look, I feel like over the years, the Eagles had some success against Tom Brady. I feel like it's going to be a great atmosphere. I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. I've never seen Tom Brady live, so I want to make that happen for myself. But I'm confident. I think the Eagles can hang in this game. I know how the NFL works. The telling thing to see this number go from 7.5 to 6.5 or 7 on a game that the public is betting the Bucs, that's telling.
I want to get thoughts on the Chiefs and the football team. You got opened at 6.5. It's 7. It's not, but the Chiefs have been, I mean, there's some thoughts that this Chiefs team may not make the playoff party. And they haven't been a cover team either.
No, they don't cover. I don't know the last time they've covered as a favorite. I mean, I think they've won, I think over 14 the last 15, they haven't covered as a favorite. I mean, it's just shocking. And now you're giving me 7 with a football team that, look, they're inept defensively also, but I feel like they can get to Mahomes, move him around. Look, it seems like the league's figured out Patrick Mahomes in that offense, right? And it's going to happen sooner or later, but yet this doesn't even have to be talked about. I'm going to say this again. I will not lay points with the Chiefs. I will not lay points with the Chiefs. I will not lay points with the Chiefs. And I especially won't lay 7 or more with the Chiefs. This is not the Jags or the Lions. This is a formidable team that has a quarterback, that has some weapons back. I think the football team is worth a look here.
Another one that's kind of jumps out at me is you got the Bengals as a road favorite here, 3.5 on the road against Detroit. I mean, Detroit has been there, but for the Bengals to be a road favorite, do we live in an NFL world where we're okay with that?
No. And we live in a world where, say what you want. Look, I think Dan Campbell was a little cringy on Sunday, but look, it seems like they play for him. You got to give him that. He kind of reminds me a little bit of the guy down in Miami, Flores. Seems like, they played for him in those bad seasons. Dan Campbell's got a tough football team. They play hard. They should have won the other night against the Vikings, another close loss. They hang in games, right? Joe Burrow, Cincinnati, I don't love their defense. And you're right. I think you said it best. I don't love laying points with Cincinnati. But, yeah, you got to give some credit to Detroit because they're always in games.
All right. Is there an NFL game? You said Eagles. Is that the one that you've played early? Is there something else that someone out there listening should jump on early?
Yeah, I definitely like the Eagles. That's one, and that's really just has a lot to do with the fact that the number is what it is. I'm going to keep saying this. I'll fade Arizona. This is the week they're going to lose. You heard it here first. Here's the thing we need to know about Arizona. This is all that matters in this game, Mike. Arizona is the second worst run defense in the NFL. What does Cleveland do, Mike?
They run a lot, and they run very well.
5.4 yards.
And I would like them to keep giving it to Hunt if they could. That would be nice.
Now, I think they lose, but to me, what the play in this game, Mike, is I was so sickened to my stomach that I didn't play the over the other night with Chargers-Browns because both teams are going to move the ball. Look, Arizona will move the ball against Cleveland, I think, as well. Shorter week. You're not going to have a bye or time to prepare and kind of get your defense right. 2 bad defenses, 2 electrifying offenses that will move the football. I am blown away that we have a total here at 49.5. I'm absolutely shocked. I thought we'd see 52.5, 53.5. I think the Browns win, and I think this game goes over. I will be on the over 49.5.
I like that. All right. Got a college game tonight. App State, Louisiana, Lafayette. This one sounds like it's up your alley. 4.5, the number.
Yeah, Mike, they call this Fun Belt instead of Sun Belt. And look, the degenerates will be betting this game because it's Tuesday night and they love football. And look, the Fun Belt does a nice job because it's, the only game on. I think App State's the best team in the Sun Belt. Lafayette hasn't been what I thought they'd be this year. Kind of struggled. The quarterback play hasn't been good. They're not as efficient as they once were. Mike, App State generally plays close games, but there's something to watch in this game. Why I know this? It's just the nerd that I am. Louisiana Lafayette's kicking situation is an absolute mess. They're starting kickers out for the year. Their backups had all sorts of problems, missed some kicks against South Alabama. I think this is a tough spot for Louisiana Lafayette. I lean App State here. I'll probably have a little bit on it if I can get 3.5 or 4.
All right, it's at 4.5 now. So if you want to look at it tonight, 3.5, 4 is the thought from Jeff. That game is tonight for the bettors out there. Also Thursday night, you mentioned South Alabama. They're playing Thursday against Georgia Southern. Any quick quip?
No, I don't have much on that game. I think the thought that I would have on the Thursday card would probably be, look, I think San Diego State, San Jose State is an absolute.
That's a Friday game, by the way.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mike. Nothing on the Thursday game then. My bad.
Thursday is Navy Memphis.
Oh, right. Navy Memphis. Yeah, Mike, the Naval Academy is playing better. I said a couple of weeks ago this offense was the worst in the country, one of the worst in the country. They've really started to get going. Played well the other night against SMU. Memphis should not be laying 11 points to anybody. They're just not very good. They lost to Temple outright as a similar number. Naval Academy is better than Temple, so I might be looking at Navy here.
Yeah, Friday is you got a couple: Clemson, Syracuse, Marshall, North Texas, San Diego State, San Jose State, Cal, Oregon. That's your Friday card.
Yeah, I think San Diego State, San Jose State's interesting. This is an intriguing San Jose team, but weird cryptic things going on in San Jose. Their quarterback, Nick Starkel, randomly hasn't played recently. No answers to why. I'm kind of wondering what's going on out there with Brett Brennan. I'm wondering about that. This San Diego State team looks really good. This could be a blowout waiting to happen. If Starkel doesn't play and you have good info on it, I would play San Diego State here. This is not a vintage San Jose State team. They won this league last year. They ain't winning it this year. That
number is 9.5. It's not on the board at MGM, so you've got some things there. 8.5 at FanDuel. So there you go. You gave us East Carolina as an outright winner. Actually, I don't think you said outright winner. You said you wouldn't be shocked if they won. They did outright. They were getting 10. You had last week Cincinnati over Temple 30. I laid the 30. They won 52-3. We also last week gave you Arizona State over Stanford 13.5. They won that game pretty handily. So we got a good run with the big man on campus here. What is the early college game that people should play?
Yeah, I'm having a good season, Mike, in all. It's been fun, and I'm glad I'm helping you and the listeners on your show. There's a couple of dogs.
You know who got me, by the way?
Who is that?
That abysmal backup at Penn State.
Oh, right. Yeah, my God. I'm blown away that James Franklin's backup quarterback is that inept.
Well, he's the guy transferred to Kentucky.
Yeah, he's one of the worst quarterbacks. Yeah, right. Will, or what's his name?
Levis.
Levis, yeah. Yeah, he's atrocious. Mike, there's a couple dogs that I think I'm not really quite understanding. Like BYU is a 6-point dog to Baylor. Don't really understand that. I think BYU is a better football team, to be really honest with you. I got to tell you as well, I'm looking to go back to the well with Cincy. I'll be playing them at 20. They're 20-point favorites against Central Florida. I faded Central Florida last week. This offense scored 20 points against ECU. No offense to the Pirates. They're not a good defense. They had to escape to get that win. Central Florida is bad without Dylan Gabriel. I think Cincinnati has a field day. I don't think it'll be 52-3. I'll lay 20 if it stays under 21.
All right, there you go. A couple picks from BMOC, Jeff Nadeau. Follow him at Jeff Nadeau. His Patreon show each and every day, Saturday at 10 a.m. He'll go through the whole card. He'll be back on Thursday to finalize some of these weekend picks for you. But we like to get you in on early, get the better number on Tuesday. And, Ben Simmons will be back. The Eagles play Thursday. You'll be there. And we're giving away club box tickets to sit. Maybe next to Jeff Nadeau. I don't know where your seats are.
I will say, Mike, if I could say one final thing, as I get older, there is something. Club box is where it's at, man. I'll say that. I mean, it is terrific. Yeah. No offense. I don't want to sit up in the 700 level type seats.
You're not offending me. Not on that.
It's not great.
These seats, by the way, are 50-yard line club box. I have a pair. I'm giving them to one listener. All they have to do is go to the website and enter. That's it.
Why don't you just give them to me, Mike?
I could be that nice, but that would look a little fishy.
I'll take
Josh. How's this? I will give you Sixers tickets right next to Simmons on the bench.
I might go to jail for assault. Get
All
a
right, man.
CFCF cot ready for me.
Hey, by the way, check out the Sit Down.
Thank you, Mike.
Sit Down
Sit Down's
podcast.
killing it, Mike. Meyer Lansky episode out this week. We're talking about the big boppers from the 20s. But yes, get that CFCF cot ready if I'm next to Simmons on the court. I might go to jail that night.
All right, there he is, big man on campus. Jeff, see you, man.
See you, Mike. Thanks.
All right, Jeff Nadeau. He'll be back on Thursday. He'll give you the plays of the week here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I will answer your text messages coming up on the other side. I have a lot that I'm still trying to get to, and I promise I will get to them all today. And if you're texting me, 609-403-0973, I ask you to download the free mobile app, and you can message me through the app while you're listening on the app. It's easy to do. It's in the Apple Store or Google Play. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. When we come back, your messages are piling up in the text message box, so I will answer them. That I promise. You know, there is a college football game that is sticking out to me as well that I will throw your way in just a little bit. I don't usually give out a college football game that I really, really like, but there is one that's kind of standing out among the rest. So I like that. I've been doing pretty good in my college this year, actually. I don't like announce a lot of college because people, I don't think, associate with me with college all that much. But I'm a big college football fan. I love West Virginia. We stink this year. We're embarrassing. So I've watched a lot of other stuff other than them. So I feel like I know more this year than past years on the college football. I'm having a lot more fun betting college football this year. I've really zoned in on this one game for this weekend. I'll give you that a little bit later. Stick around. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, taking you back on a Tuesday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. A lot of baseball playoffs continuing. The NBA starts a week from tonight. The NHL begins tonight. Flyers on Friday, Sixers next Wednesday. Your text messages now, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Get your text messages in. I will react to each and every one of them here on a Sports Bash Tuesday, as we like to do here with you guys out there. Don't forget football at 4. Who's in, who's out. Tuesday with Thompson, Rob Maaddi as well. So we're busy later on in the show. So right now it's me and you hanging out together. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. The text board. All right, let me get to the messages here. Mike, Joel's a team player. Hopefully Ben takes notice and learns from him. Darren in Millville. I don't know. Yeah, Joel is growing into a more mature leader. I don't know that Ben's there yet. I don't think Ben's very mentally strong. I mean, and I'm not saying in a way that it can't be fixed. I think Ben is very sheltered in his life. I think Ben has been very babied and very coddled. But there are people who have been like that and can get out of it, you know, if they deep down want to. I don't know that he wants to. Mike, the Sixers should run that offense through Ben Simmons, give him his best offensive year so his trade value skyrockets. The problem with Ben is his mentality in life, his mentality on the basketball court. He's just not an aggressive player. If he had that aggression in him nightly, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He'd have the night he did against Utah last year when he put up 40 on Rudy Gobert. More text messages. Mike, Ben Simmons is an all-star, period. The fans need to see him for what he is. He's not an elite scorer. However, he can be if he chooses to be aggressive with the ball. With that said, he's an elite defender. Accept him for what he is. He needs to work on his attitude and find that Philly-style, blue-collar, hardworking man. He made a mistake. Don't let that define him. With more consistent scoring from other players, Ben shines. There's a lot in there that's right on the money. I don't know that much more needs to be said than that. Ben is an all-star level player. The problem is the fans want him to be a first-team all-NBA level player. And he's not a first-team all-NBA player right now. Can he be? I think he has the talent to be, but he's not there yet. He's not. But that doesn't mean he should be traded. It's just ridiculous. Mike, you say these teams want Ben, which they do, but they only want to give up what he's worth, nothing to value. See, that's not accurate. They're trying to get him below market value because they know he's valuable. They're trying to sneak in while they feel that his value has plummeted. That's the reason. It's not because that's what they value him at. It's because they think they can get him for pennies on the dollar. If they didn't want him, they just say, I don't want him. Why would they give up something that they value? If you value them, you're saying, I'll take anything for Ben Simmons. The other team would then have to value them too, right? Like if I'm Sacramento and I'm going to give up Halliburton or Buddy Hield or De'Aaron Fox, they don't want to give up De'Aaron Fox. But that's because they want Ben Simmons to play with De'Aaron Fox. They don't say we don't value him. No, they value him. They're just trying to get him why his value is thought to have plummeted. And the Sixers are saying, we know that you think his value is down, so we're not going to trade him why you think his value is down. I don't understand how people don't see that. That's what blows my mind. It's always like, get rid of this guy, he stinks. Then these other teams, if they think that, like you think they stink, well, the other team's going to say his value right now is low, so we're not going to give him the best offer. That would be ridiculous. Why would they do that? They're going to try to get a player that they want and that they value for under market value because the perception is that his value has plummeted. But the Sixers aren't falling for that. Mike, if Ben wanted to, do you think that he could play himself back into the positive graces of the Philly fans? I actually wish that he could. Sheesh, what else could go wrong for Philly sports fans? That's good text. Do I think he could play himself back into positive graces? Yeah, he comes back, plays hard, scores, is aggressive, makes his foul shots, maybe pops a jumper every now and then. Everybody would love him. Right? If he just came back and did that, everybody would love Ben. I truly believe that. Dan from EHT. Ben is a great defensive player. His shooting is horrible. In any sport, when a player has a hole in their game, as bad as Ben's, is a difficult situation to deal with as a team. The disappointment to me is how Ben hasn't improved his game. Yeah, obviously. That's 100% accurate, though. The fact that he hasn't developed any part of his game. Any part of his game offensively. All I've said over the year, I don't care if you shoot, just get to the basket. Just take the ball to the rim. Giannis Antetokounmpo, he has very limited offensive skill set. He just lowers his shoulder and barrels right through you. There's no skill set in that. That's just pure will and want. Ben Simmons doesn't have pure will and want. Big difference. 609-403. 0973 609-403-0973. Trade this bum. All right. They're not going to do that just to appease that guy. I'm a Ben Simmons fan. He's still very young, has a lot of basketball ahead of him. He could be LeBron James with a jump shot. Fred from Cape May Courthouse. Well, Fred, I'm glad that you have some rationale. He is very young. He has a lot of basketball ahead of him. The whole, could he be LeBron James with a jump set? Sure. I mean, if he had a jump shot, he would be a physically imposing monster of a man that would be almost impossible to defend. He's very easy to defend right now because he doesn't shoot, but he can negate that by taking the ball to the basket and getting fouled. He doesn't want to get fouled. That's another problem. This is from Tom in Margate. He says, Mike, I may be in the minority, but I think if Ben comes back and plays like he did last year, regular games, he makes 76ers a number 1 or 2 seed. And if he plays in the playoffs like he played, then just sit him down in the fourth quarter. No, you can't do that. I mean, if he plays like he did last year, they already were the number 1 seed. The Sixers were the number 1 seed with Ben Simmons on the team. So riddle me this. This player who stinks that we want traded, were they going to be the number 1 seed without Ben Simmons last year? Can anybody answer that question for me? He had a horrible playoffs, unplayable playoff. Nobody's disputing that. Mike, Ben Simmons isn't good enough, and Joel isn't good enough either. Letting Jimmy go is our curse. The whole Joel isn't good enough thing I don't think is really fair. Joel Embiid is good enough. You can win the championship with Joel Embiid. He needs a very good complimentary scorer to him that can take the ball to the basket because he can't be that kind of guy. He could dominate the game for 3.5 quarters. If it's a 1-point game late, it's really tough to depend on Joel Embiid. Now, you can some nights. I don't think you can do it every night. You just need that other guy that can slash to the basket and get fouled and get to the rack and do that kind of stuff. It's not Tobias Harris. That's the problem. And it's not Ben Simmons right now. Hey, John from Cape May, can you go over Jeff's picks, please? Yeah, sure. He took BYU, Cincinnati. He likes San Diego State. He likes Navy. He likes App State. I don't remember the NFL stuff. He liked the Eagles. He took the Eagles. And he took the over in the Arizona-Cleveland game, if I remember correctly. You can go listen to the interview on YouTube if I didn't get any of those right, if I missed. Mike, they don't value him enough to give up anything good. Yeah, because they don't have to right now. That's what are you not getting that point? They don't want to have to give up De'Aaron Fox because they believe that his value is low. The point is they don't want to trade De'Aaron Fox for Ben Simmons. They want Ben Simmons to play with De'Aaron Fox. And if they feel like they can get him at undervalue, are you missing that point? They don't want just Ben Simmons for Fox. That swap right there, they don't want to do. They want Ben Simmons to play with Fox because they value what Simmons and Fox could do together. So that's why they're trying to get him at below market value. But that's because they value Simmons. You know what I'm saying? Like, they look at Fox and Simmons could be I don't know, do they think that could be a championship combination? Like, a lot of these teams, they want to pair him with their best player. The problem is if they give up that player to get Simmons, they're right kind of back where they were. They have one good player. That's their issues, most of these teams. And that's why they're trying to swoop in, because the problem these teams have is, how do we get an elite player? Because we're not bad enough to get one. We don't want to tank. This is our opportunity to try to get one. But they don't want to give up their best player to get one because they're stuck right in the same spot. That's why they're trying to get the player for under market value. Tom from the Villa says, what's to stop Ben from coming back, then saying he's hurt after a practice? I can honestly see him doing that. Yeah, that's a big problem. Now, the Sixers medical doctors, if they clear him, you have we talked about this with Michael Kasky-Blomain back in the 2 o'clock hour. You can go back and listen to that conversation on the YouTube show. Anytime do we need to listen tonight or tomorrow to hear the winner for the Eagles tickets? Yeah, we're doing that tonight at 5 o'clock during Tuesday with Thompson. We'll announce the winner. More text messages coming in. 609-403-0973. Mike, for all the process haters, this is entertaining watching this train wreck. The Sixers are getting what they deserve. They took advantage of a flawed system, and it's blowing up in their face. I don't think they agree with you. I think that they would say the process worked, as I've said over the years. Fans look at the process as championships. They are a business, and that business is booming. I keep trying to tell you this. So for the process haters, sure, you're going to laugh because the team hasn't won a championship. They're laughing because they are one of the most profitable teams since 2013 when the process started. This is what the process was about. If you're not smart enough to figure that out, I'm sorry. As a fan, the process was championships. For the business of the Sixers, the process was making their organization relevant again. They are exponentially more profitable. They took advantage of a flawed system. It's not blowing up in their face. I mean, they had a packed house, not a full house last night, but it was packed for a Monday night preseason game last night. They had more people in the building last night for a preseason game than they did in any game in 2013, I would imagine. That's what they care about. Fans care about championships. The team cares about making money. The process made them money. This isn't blowing up in their faces. Worked out fine for them. Mikey, he doesn't make them better. Okay. Well, they were the number 1 seed with him. Let's see how they are without him. Right? They were the number 1 seed last year. If they didn't have Ben last year, I'm imagining they probably wouldn't be the number 1 seed. So I might be wrong about that. Maybe he doesn't play this year and they're the number 1 seed this year. I would imagine they're not. What else we got here? 609-403-0973. We got some more video messages coming in as well. Jeff says, this Ben Simmons thing seems like a very awkward marriage. Yeah, it's like an arranged marriage, right? Like, your guys are going to marry each other. And eventually those things typically don't work. Brian checks in, says, Stephen A. said Daryl Morey is lurking in Philadelphia for James Harden. Yeah, I did hear that. I didn't hear it like myself. I've read that he said that. Do you know the context of that, anybody? Like, he's lurking for what? Like, trying to trade for James Harden, trying to make something happen there? I don't see a situation where Brooklyn is willing to trade Harden to get Ben Simmons, especially with the Kyrie situation. But would a Simmons Durant combination work? I mean, sure. Durant wants the ball, score. Simmons would be the perfect guy to get him the ball, but he's got James Harden who can do that plus score. So, yeah, while a Simmons Durant thing would work pretty well, I don't think it works better than what James Harden does for them right now. The problem is, I guess, if you're Brooklyn, do you think you're good enough defensively? So do you just put all the weight on Durant's scoring shoulders to beef up your defense? I mean, the Sixers annihilated them last night. I know it's a preseason game, but they don't defend anybody. They're terrible defensively. Now, they played better defense in the playoffs last year. I will give them that. But in the end, they lost. I mean, they lost. Kyrie was out, but you can't depend on Kyrie right now. Right? You can't depend on Kyrie Irving. I mean, come on. That whole situation's turned into a disaster. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Get your text message in. Keep them coming. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. This hour brought to you by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Choose better banking for great rates on loans, refinancing, and credit cards. Free or low-cost financial products and friendly personal service. Visit jerseyshorefcu.org for more information. Hey, coming up, football at 4 and 15 minutes. Dallas Goedert information. Will he miss the game Thursday night? Details on our website, 973ESPN.com. Real quick, the number one seed only matters if he can win at home in the playoffs. Accurate, 100% accurate. Problem was they were the number one seed because of how good Ben Simmons was. They lost in the playoffs because why? Ben Simmons had a historically horrible. Shows you how important he is. They couldn't win without him. They couldn't win when he wasn't playing at Ben Simmons' level. Most people thought you should have beat Atlanta. Why? Because you factored in Ben Simmons being Ben Simmons. You see how you just walked right into that? Sorry, sometimes the truth is very hurtful. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Don't forget, I have another keyword for you coming up to enter to win the Eagles and Buccaneers tickets. We'll announce the winning name coming up tonight during Tuesday with Thompson here on the Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN Sports Bass, brought to you this hour by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Got a couple text messages I want to get in before the top of the hour here. Let's see. Mike, how's your best run organization doing? Well, the Rays lost last night. That doesn't mean that they can't be the best run organization. You don't win the championship just because you're the best run organization. Part of being the best run organization is because you do the most with the least. That is why I would suggest you're the best run organization. It's not winning the series or winning the championship that makes you the best run organization. It's the fact that you are able to compete with people who have way more resources. And do people not understand this? Like, it's like trying to talk to a Yankee fan. You just bang your head up against the wall that the Yankees should win all the time, at least the American League. The Dodgers have a $267 million payroll. Guess what? If they lose to the Giants, that's an embarrassment. They have $100 million more invested. They have $100 million more of resources to help you win the game, to win the series. The Giants' payroll is $163. The Dodgers is $267 million. Do people not understand that more resources should give you a higher probability of victory? Boston, payroll, $184. Tampa Bay, $70 million. The fact that you have a $70 million payroll and you are at the same party as people who have a payroll of $200 million, that makes you savvy. That makes you smart. That makes you a better run organization. It doesn't make you a better product on the field. It makes you a better run organization. That I don't have to put nearly the amount of resources into being a competitive team than you do, which means I'm finding better talent for cheaper than you are. You're outspending me by over $100 million. Do you get that concept? Do you understand that concept? I'm not saying that the Rays are the better team. I said they're a better run organization. Now, they lost in the playoffs to a team in Boston who outspent them by $110 million. In the end, Boston should win that series. New York should beat Boston. Now, I know money doesn't automatically mean, but that's my point. The better run teams the Yankees are spending horrible money. So the Yankees getting to the playoffs doesn't make them a well-run organization. They just outspend everybody to get there. The reason they can't win a championship is because they're poorly run. If they were run better for $203 million, you would win a World Series. Boston right now, in the American League, they have the highest. Actually, Houston outspends them by $10 million. So Houston right now, with the resources they put into their team, the product should be the best. So if Houston wins for $194 million, it's somewhat to be expected. If Tampa wins for $70 million, that's an unexpected situation. That is why I've said that, to me, they are the best run organization in sports because they don't have the resources that everybody else does. By the way, he asked me this question. How's your new favorite player, Alec Boehm? You know something about Alec Boehm that people didn't do a lot of research on? Is that Alec Boehm hit 329 in June. He hit 296 in July. His on-base percentage was 384 in June. It's 387 in July. The problem was, and I agreed, his defense made him unplayable. His defense made him unplayable. But if you paid attention, he hit 329 in June and 296 in July, which is why I ask, please check before you hit send. I'm back with football at 4 coming up next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long at the Wild Wild West, Tropicana, and Harrah's Resort Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. Andrew DeCecco here on a Tuesday as the Eagles turn their attention quickly to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got news already for the game. We'll get into that and so much more as Andrew kind of takes a look back at the win, looks ahead to the next opponent, the Tampa Bay Bucs, and he is here on Football at 4. Andrew, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Everything's good, and obviously before we turn our attention to a Thursday night game, which has already got some storylines tied into it, I want to get your take back at the game we just saw. I mean, obviously an ugly game, but somehow they pulled out a victory there. What are a couple of things from that game that stand out and the way they were able to kind of fight their way to their second win of the year?
Well, obviously you have to look at turnovers, and turnovers are something that they always say come in bunches. And obviously the Eagles had 3 of them, 3 interceptions, 2 from Darius Slay and 1 from Steve Nelson. But the defensive line was something that was one of my main takeaways from that game. The different line games that they were playing, freeing up Fletcher Cox and letting him pick up his first sack of the season. Javon Hargrave, of course, continued his tear. Josh Sweat got some good pressure. Derek Barnett really had a nice game as far as applying pressure. I thought that they really capitalized against a very undermanned Panthers offensive line. And now you want to see Ken Jonathan Gannon take that blueprint and carry it over to Thursday night. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a vastly superior offensive line than they faced last Sunday. So we'll have to see what happens there, but that was one of my main takeaways, and that sort of fueled that victory.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people, Hargrave gets the sack, but Fletcher Cox, he was getting much maligned. Did he have a better game? Did he stand out? Did he do something different? Did they use him differently? What did you see from big old number 91?
I thought that the different stunts and twists that they used, I thought that he was freed up a little bit more. And is he the player that he once was, that dominant? He's a 6-time Pro Bowler, but he doesn't have that burst that we're accustomed to seeing from him. But he's still a very good player, right? I mean, him and Javon Hargrave seem to be playing off each other quite well. At least they did on Sunday. And now you want to see, can you build on that on Thursday night? And I thought that Fletcher showed some good burst and power, and he definitely created some penetration, and that's what you need to see from him, because he's someone that they're going to need, him and Hargrave, if they want any chance of hanging with Tom Brady and his offensive weaponry.
I know you wrote about the front 4 dominating, but another guy who I guess I want to get your take on how he was included, which was Jannard Avery. If you look at the stat sheet, you would say this guy was included. So what was it? How did they get Avery involved in the defense?
Yeah, they used him around the line of scrimmage a lot, and that Sam linebacker role, and use him as like a fastball off the edge. And he really provides more than what they've got from a lot of those other players. I mean, Patrick Johnson got the start a couple of weeks ago, but he's not really equipped right now in his brief NFL career to really take that mantle and be that third linebacker. I thought TJ Edwards would have played a little bit with Avery, but Avery obviously provides that pass rush prowess. But week to week, I feel like this is going to change, because then you saw Jannard Avery not really be a factor over the past couple of weeks previous. So we'll have to see if they saw what they liked, if they saw something that they could take advantage of. Obviously they did with the offensive line situation of the Panthers. So now we need to see, they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at Tom Brady, because that offensive line is pretty sturdy.
Davion Taylor made his first appearance in the defense. How did they use him, and what stood out? Can they use him more? Should they use him more? What did you see from Taylor, who was a guy who, not a lot of people had a lot of expectations for?
Yeah, Davion Taylor, he played 34% of the snaps, and he really impressed me with his range and lateral agility and pursuit to the ball carrier. He plays with urgency. At least he played with urgency the other day, and that's really what you want to see from your former third-round pick. And he's clearly the most athletic linebacker that they have, and he plays with a like his hair is on fire, and he always is pursuing the football. I think him and Alex Singleton really complement each other pretty well, and it's nice to see Davion Taylor get involved. Obviously, he started camp very promising, but then he suffered that injury, which set him back quite a bit, and it was nice to see him sort of find his way, and Eric Wilson sort of take a little bit of a back seat. He saw a regression in his snaps, which really you needed to see because he's sort of been a liability out there, to put it mildly, particularly against the run. And I think that there's sort of, as this season sort of goes along, Mike, I think Jonathan Gannon sort of seeing what he has with his personnel and trying different things and seeing what works, different combinations. And this week or last week, it was Jannard Avery, and you saw some more Davion Taylor.
Hey, we got 3 interceptions. I know you tweeted about the turnovers. You got 2 from Slay, 1 from Nelson. What happened? Why were the corners a bigger factor in the game this week?
Well, it was pressure, right? Sam Darnold has gotten off to a really, really hot start this season, 3 consecutive 300-yard games. But he's a different player when you apply pressure on him. He forces things. I mean, he has that famous comment on the sideline, I believe, that he was seeing ghosts. It was one of those primetime games. And, you get 2 of these defensive tackles in your face, and you have Derek Barnett flying off the edge. And, you're taking these hits that you're not accustomed to taking because you sort of had an easy slate of games, let's face it, in the early portion of the season for them. All of a sudden you start trying to hoist these balls up there and trying to make a play, and you start pressing, and the plays aren't there to be made because you have guys in your face and you're trying to hurry the throw. And fortunately, I mean, for the Eagles, you have a guy in Darius Slay, big play Slay. He lived up to his name on Sunday, and Steve Nelson sort of sealed the game with that interception at the end. But that all starts with the defensive line applying pressure, getting in his face, the defensive tackles moving him off his spot, and laying a couple hits on him early and letting him know, sort of setting the tone for the game. And he didn't look like he looked flustered and scattershot for much of that game.
Yeah, he sure did. And we talked about it Friday. He's a turnover guy. He will turn the ball over. They got to him, and they made him turn the ball over 3 times in the game. So the Eagles defense did their part. You mentioned in InsideTheBirds.com, your preview, that the X factor would be Kenny Gainwell. While he had, a couple of carries, I don't know if he was a big X factor. I guess moving forward, do you anticipate seeing more of Gainwell? And that's based on a lot of things. But, among them, hey, late in the game, Sanders doesn't get out of bound there, stuff like that. Are we starting to see more and more that the Eagles simply just do not trust Sanders and that we might see more put on the plate of Gainwell?
Yeah, I mean, you sort of saw them lean on Miles late in that game, and then he really hurt he could have potentially hurt the team with a couple of boneheaded plays, which you cannot do in that situation. And part of what makes Kenny Gainwell so valuable and what has sort of opened up the snap share towards, in favoring him is because the coaches like his situational awareness and his ability to catch the football and block. He's just a very astute player for being for being a rookie. And I think he does a lot of things that Miles Sanders doesn't do, obviously in those situational circumstances, that the coaches feel a lot more comfortable with him back there. And he also catches the ball a lot better than Miles Sanders as well, more consistently. He's just a natural hands catcher. So I think that there's a lot of there's a comfort level there when the coaches are in those situations and they want to put in a reliable player. And I think you may start to see them trend towards Kenny Gainwell a lot more in these next couple of weeks and really seeing what he's able to handle. And I do think that he does need an elevated role. But I also, in the same token, will say that Miles Sanders does need more of an opportunity because there are running lanes out there. You have to do that to help your quarterback get in the flow of the game. You have to do a lot more to help your quarterback. And you have 2 running backs that offer different skill sets, and that you're gonna have to lean on them, especially when you didn't really seem like Nick Sirianni had much of a plan going into Sunday's game. You got to run the football, and especially when your quarterback's off in the early goings. I mean, that's basic fundamental stuff, and you're going to have to do that against the Buccaneers because he cannot sit back there and throw the football 48 times like he did against the Chiefs. It's just not going to work.
Hey, the news today, Dallas Goedert. Obviously, we don't know that he's out for the game. He's a vaccinated player, which means he has to test negative 2 times within a 24-hour period. So I would imagine there's a possibility he could play in that game. But if he doesn't play, it's almost like if they only have one of the two guys, I almost think that they would utilize the tight ends more by them having to use both of them. Does that kind of bog them down a little bit?
I mean, yes and no. I think that both it's almost a detriment that Dallas Goedert is such a good blocker because that's what he's sort of been typecast as because Zach Ertz is the more proficient pass catcher. So I think that they're just like Jonathan Gannon sort of finding his way. You hope that Shane Steichen, the offensive coordinator, and Nick Sirianni are sort of figuring out how to use these guys. I mean, I am baffled at the fact that the Eagles don't utilize Dallas Goedert and move him out wide when you clearly need a bigger-bodied receiver to sort of accent the finesse players, the speedy guys, the Devontae Smiths and the Jalen Reagors and the Quez Watkins. I think you need to be a little bit more creative in how you're using Dallas Goedert because he does have such a versatile skill set and he can be such a prominent factor in the red zone. And Zach Ertz, let him work over the middle of the field. But I think this week, I don't know that having 2 tight ends, to answer your question, having both of those guys really sort of hamstrings them and they don't really know what to do. It's not like a conundrum or anything. I think that there's not really a flow or a rhythm to the offense. And you even saw Kenny Gainwell take a backseat last week. So I really don't think that plays a part in it. I think they're sort of figuring out their personnel and I think that's going to change week to week.
Okay, so give me your opinion then on the way they're using Reagor and Watkins. How should they use them?How's that going so far? Are we seeing a change?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I was having a talk with someone yesterday that, and you saw just like you saw Kenny Gainwell sort of trending in a positive direction. I think that you saw, and obviously it was clear, but looking at the snap share, that Quez Watkins has leapfrogged Jalen Reagor in the pecking order as the number 2 wide receiver on this football team, and rightfully so. Every time Quez is out there, he's making a play. Particularly in the Dallas game, he really impressed me with his ability to come out with a contested catch. He's been labeled as a linear speed guy that's sort of in that finesse mold. It's nice to see him sort of be able to come up with a play like that. I think that's going to lead to more opportunities, and it really has. And he has that vertical ability to really. You saw that 53-yarder. And Jalen Reagor, to me, I don't think the coaching staff is utilizing him properly as well. Much like Dallas Goedert, I think Jalen Reagor needs to be utilized right around the line of scrimmage, get the ball in his hands, let him make guys miss, and jet sweeps and different things like that, because he does have an explosive skill set. It's just he's not really a player that you want to throw out there and he's going to run all these routes and get open because you have so many other guys. He was drafted to be like a Tyreek Hill type player. Just get him the ball in space and let him go. But the Eagles really have not.
Andrew, do you think that Reagor's play speed matches his times? For whatever reason, to me anyway, maybe it's just because they don't give him the ball. He doesn't feel like when I watch Tyreek Hill, that guy looks elusive and fast. When I see Reagor, I don't feel the same way. Is his play speed not matching his 40 time?
That's a great point because to me, he doesn't look as fast as what his time speed would indicate. And I also thought the same thing about Shelton Gibson, who was from your alma mater, West Virginia, who was supposed to be that burner. And he never really looked to be that. The speed didn't seem to translate onto the football field. So I think there's something to that, but I also think that he needs the opportunity to prove it because he has looked pretty quick on those punt returns and in certain instances. Now, do I think that is very indicative to what his 40 time is? No, but I think Quez Watkins is clearly the fastest player on this team. But Jalen Reagor does have a dynamic skill set and elusive in the open field, and they need to take advantage of that.
Does Hurts trust Watkins more?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think from a route running standpoint, Mike, I think Quez Watkins is far ahead over where Jalen Reagor is at this point. He's a more consistent catcher of the football. He's able to affect all three levels of the field. His body language when things aren't going his way are more positive. When Jalen Reagor, when things aren't going his way, you could sort of see him sulk, where you could see it's very evident in his demeanor when he's not happy about something. I think Quez Watkins, just based on the opportunities that he's had, I think he's been on the receiving end of many of Jalen's bigger pass plays this year. And I go back to play against Dallas when he came out with that contested catch. Those are, when you make plays like that, your quarterback's going to keep going back to you and have that confidence in you that you're gonna bail him out when things aren't necessarily ideal. Right. Jalen Reagor has not done that, so I think that there's something to be said for that.
What is your take on the offensive line and how that should be configured? Are they okay keeping Mailata at the right tackle? Would you like to see that change? I guess PFF has Dillard as the highest rated blocker on that line. So do we anticipate seeing the same? I know he hinted at that yesterday, but it's not that the line was a problem. I'm just kind of looking long term with Mailata. I kind of said earlier, like, hey, maybe Johnson, they don't know what's going on there. Do they look at Dillard as the left tackle and Mailata as the right tackle, beyond this year? So do you think the offensive line will stay the same for Thursday night?
I mean, outside of, Jalen Hurts getting smoked twice by Hassan Reddick, I thought Mailata did all right at right tackle. I would probably keep the line as it's currently constituted just for continuity purposes. They've already just had so many shufflings, and it's just not a recipe for success, especially on a short week. Just keep that continuity there. I think that you have your best set of linemen out there right now, given the given the circumstances. So I would just keep it as it is. By the way, you mentioned Andre Dillard. Andre Dillard continues to make improvements and continues to impress each week and take that next step in his progression, and that comes with reps, and it's very encouraging to see.
Yeah, I know that. You mentioned the plays Mailata, and of course they stand out. So that Mailata gave up the 2 back-to-backs, but other than that, I thought he played pretty well in the game. Dillard has played pretty well. I guess for the people who want Dillard traded, he has upped any trade value that he may have had. All right, let me ask you about this particular matchup, because the next time we talk to you, it will be game day, and obviously we'll know a lot more. But initial thoughts on the fact that Tampa Bay's pass defense is not very good. Does that play into what Nick Sirianni wants to do?
I think they're going to be heavy pass regardless, but I think this gives them a little bit more of an excuse to do so. But there's going to be opportunities to strike deep and hit on those intermediate routes, particularly with Devontae Smith. I think he's going to have. I thought Dallas Goedert would have had opportunities to really take advantage of the middle of the field. There's going to be no Levante David, who, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated linebackers in football and has been for a number of years now. He's not going to be. He won't be playing. So I mean, they're going to throw heavy. Hopefully, it's not that 48. He's not dropping back 48 times like he did against the Chiefs. You want to see some running in there. Obviously, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are probably, I think they are the number 1 ranked run defense in football, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, you hope that doesn't turn them away, because they still need to keep that balance and at least get the running backs involved in the screen game, or try to have it a little bit more of an effective screen game. I know that can be an extension of the running game, but yeah, I mean, there's the secondary is very suspect right now for Tampa Bay. That's going to be, if they're going to capitalize, that's where it's going to be.
Yeah, and I know you hinted at the Eagles' front 4 was a big difference in the game, but the offensive line for Tampa, a much different animal. That's the strength of their team.
Absolutely, and that I even wrote about this on InsideTheBirds.com. It was nice to see Jonathan Gannon scheme up a way to take advantage of a porous Carolina offensive line, but let's see what he can do against a superior offensive line. Will you see some of the same different stunts and twists and line games, or are you going to see much of what we saw against Dallas and Kansas City, and are they going to get gouged in the running game? So, I mean, we need to see what it is, because Sirianni regresses from the Kansas City game. Gannon improved from the Kansas City game. So we really don't know what to expect going into Thursday night.
Yep, that's a great point. And there was so much maligned from Gannon. He made the adjustments. And I kind of talked about a lot last week, which was, hey, against two average offenses, Atlanta and San Francisco, you played well. Against two really good offenses, they didn't play well. That doesn't excuse you for not playing well, but most of the games they're going to play, Andrew, moving forward are Carolina, Atlanta, San Francisco level of offenses. Playing Dallas and Kansas City doesn't happen week in and week out. And I think that's something to kind of build off of, is with the second level of team, they're right there. They're toe-to-toe with that level of team right now.
Yeah, and they have playmakers and have the ability to put up points. And from a defensive standpoint, they have a veteran secondary. Like, this is not a youth movement by any means. Like, these guys have all played a lot of football. The defensive line is still pretty formidable, even without Brandon Graham. The linebackers are obviously substandard right now, but I mean, they do have the components to really keep pace with many of the teams that they're going to be facing. And now it's just establishing an identity on offense and on defense. You have no way to sort of depict what kind of team that they are, through the early portion of the season. They need to really establish an identity on both sides of the football.
I think it's a great point. Who are they on offense and who do they want to be? I don't think Nick Sirianni has figured that out yet either, based on his play calling. He's Andrew DeCecco. Football at 4. Eagles and Bucs Thursday night. Don't forget, we're giving away those tickets to go to the game live. You'll have club box seats. We'll do that tonight at 5 o'clock. Andrew's back on Thursday. He'll give us a breakdown on that game and his pick right here during Football at 4. All right, Andrew, take care, buddy.
Have a good one, Mike.
Andrew DeCecco, of course, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds broadcast, and it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Yes, all season long. I was looking at the standings, and you're like 4-1. You're like, you're into week 6 already. The NFL season just starts to zoom, like a zoomer going down Mill Road in Northfield. Zoom, zoom, zoomers. Got a lot of zoomers out there. Slow down, everybody. Being such a rush. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, 5 weeks in the books. We have 5 weeks worth of resumes. I'm going to go over the resumes, and 14 of those resumes will be advanced to the playoffs. Find out who they are. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. All right, so you're hearing these dreams. If you're listening on the radio, if you're listening on the YouTube channel, you won't hear it because they won't let us use the music. But it's Heart These Dreams. These teams have the dreams of making the playoffs. Who's in and who's out? It's brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. Online at bmwatlanticcity.com. I'm Mike Gill. These are who's in, who's out. These are the 14 teams that I think will make the NFL playoffs this year. These 14 teams have the best resumes so far. So let's crank it up and find out who's in, who's out for the NFL playoffs. Here we go. All right, who's in? Who do we have in this week? All right, let's start with the AFC East. It's Buffalo in the East. Buffalo might be the best team in football right now. We'll do a fine five, ugly five tomorrow, 5 best, 5 worst teams in the league. But right now, Buffalo is the team of the East, and it's not close. They're going to run away with that division. There is not even a competitor. There's not a challenger. It's the Buffalo Bills in a runaway in the East. North is a lot more bunched up here. All right, the North is definitely more bunched up. We have Baltimore 4-1, Cincinnati 3-2, Cleveland 3-2, Pittsburgh 2-3. I'm going to go with Baltimore. I think it might be the first time I've picked Baltimore. I've gone with Cleveland and stuff. Cleveland seems like too erratic to me. Lamar Jackson. I mean, the guy is just unbelievable. Last night he threw for over 400 yards. He's Ben Simmons. He's Ben Simmons. In the regular season, he wins. He's exciting. He has huge games. But can he win in the playoffs? I think he can. I think you can win with Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. It just, so far, look, Lamar Jackson's a young quarterback. We want these young guys to be good. That's why we want Trey Lance to play. We want Justin Fields to play. We want all these guys to play right away. Zach Wilson, get out there and play. They're not ready. It takes a special, special player to jump into the NFL and be ready to play. Like, we forget sometimes that Lamar Jackson is a young kid. Now, how long can he play at that high of a level the way he does? That is a crossroads for them. But I like Baltimore because of Jackson. He's the best quarterback. He's the best weapon. So I'll go Baltimore in the North. In the South, I'll go Tennessee. That division's terrible. Houston's 1-4. Indianapolis is 1-4. Jacksonville's 0-5. You know, that whole Colts thing is interesting because Carson Wentz played all the snaps. They're 1-4. At what point do they protect the pick? That would cause a whole nother controversy. Are you going to bench Carson Wentz to try to save a draft pick? I mean, this thing, if they keep losing, now I don't think they will. They do play Houston and Jacksonville a couple of times. Let me look at Indianapolis' schedule coming up. We got time. Right? I mean, they got coming up the Texans, 49ers, Titans, Jets. So the Texans, the Jets, the Jags, the Texans again, and the Jags. They got 5 games I think are pretty winnable for them. But they do have a tough schedule in there. They play the Buccaneers. They play the Bills. They play the Titans twice. No, they lost to the Titans already. They play the Cardinals. I mean, you're looking at an Indianapolis team that could win 5 or 6 games this year. I mean, so do you think about not playing Carson Wentz if it's feasible that you're not going to make the playoff? That whole thing turns into a weird situation. All right, in the West, I'm going to go Chargers. I don't think the Chiefs are catching the Chargers. They're 2 back in the loss column, and the Chargers beat them. We talked about it yesterday with Casey Joyner. You got to start wondering if the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs. Now, I think they will. I'm going to have Kansas City in as one of my wild card teams, but they got to start picking it up. But I think the Chargers are legit. So I'm going to go Chargers in the West. My other playoff teams are going to be Cleveland and my last playoff team. Now, this is hard because now with this whole situation with Gruden and the Raiders, that team to me has kind of fallen out. They've lost 2 straight. By the way, Jason Fitz tomorrow, you're going to want to hear what he has to say about this whole Gruden situation. Keyshawn Johnson essentially summed up what I said about John Gruden. I don't think I need to rehash it all that much. I thought he was a clown. I thought he was a made-for-television football coach, essentially. He was a 500 coach who was a clown. And he got a job, and the team has not been very good. Guess what? They've been what John Gruden is, a 500 team. Actually, they've been worse. So the whole Gruden thing doesn't deserve any time of wasted breath other than the fact that it's not a surprise that he is who he is. That being said, the last wild card in the AFC, I mean, Josh, do you have a pick? I don't even think I could pick one of these rotten teams. It's either New England. Literally, it's New England, who I don't believe in. It's Cincinnati, who I don't believe in. It's Pittsburgh. They've been tough to believe in. Does Indianapolis get their act together? I don't think so. Is it the Raiders? Well, they got a disaster happening down there. Is it Denver? I'll let you pick my last wild card team.
I mean, my gut would say Denver, just because they have a defense. The problem with the other teams you just mentioned is that they have serious flaws or serious chaos, as you mentioned. Denver has one thing we know for sure. They play defense.
They have a lot of injuries too, though.
But they play defense. And that can slip you into a postseason.
New England has Belichick.
Yeah, but the fact that Davis Mills lit him up in that first half is a bad look.
Cincinnati has Burrow.
And listen, Cincinnati, that's the only reason why you could argue.
Isn't it funny, though, that they're 3-2. Of all these teams that are left in the mix, they're 3-2. The Raiders are 3-2. Denver's 3-2. But Cincinnati, we're not even given like a breath.
No, because of the fact that Joe Burrow has a throat contusion that nobody knows how he got, that he was like, I'm having trouble
That's
talking.
not my reason, though. That's your reason.
No,
That's not my reason. My reason is because they're Cincinnati.
No,
that's the real reason.
I don't know if Burrow's going to last the year.
Well, that's a possibility. The throat contusion thing, I mean.
No, I mean, like, it's just, like, the dude got
You're going way too linear on this one.
Well, that's who I am. But the dude, he gets the most random, weird injury in the world.
Well, we said this at the beginning. Look, Jamar Chase has been amazing.
Yes.
Which we thought he would be. But we kept asking, how's their offensive line going to hold up? They didn't need Jamar Chase. They had Boyd. They had Higgins. They had some weapons. They needed to protect this kid. Now, Chase has been, I have him on my fantasy team. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's amazing. But you have to argue part of it is because him and Burrow have the connection.
Your quarterback's already hurt.
And he keeps getting hurt.
I'm going to go. I'll let you pick that Denver. I'm okay with Denver because of all the teams, they're a plus 26. That's the best of the remaining non-playoff teams. So my playoff teams are Kansas City, Cleveland, and Denver.
There you go.
In the AFC. All right. So there we go. So on the other side of the ledger in the NFC, I'm going to go Dallas. I think that's obvious. They're a plus 53.
Smart.
The next team in the NFC is a -9. That's Philadelphia. Washington's -32. The Giants are -36. The North, it's Green Bay, who's a -2. You know, there's a team in the North that has a plus differential. You know who it is?
Well, you should just say Green Bay is not the team, so I'm going to assume, is it the Bears?
Minnesota's a +4.
Are they really?
Detroit's a -40.
I would have
and
never
the Bears
guessed
are a
that.
-16.
That's insane.
So I'm going to go Green Bay in the North. The South, I'm going Tampa. Now, every team in the South but Atlanta is a plus. Atlanta is a -43. The Saints are a +36. Carolina's a +28. And Tampa Bay's a +45. In the West, I'm going to go Arizona. They're a +62. I need 3 wild cards. Now, the NFC is a lot more difficult than the AFC.
Difficult as in there's more options?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Rams. Last week, I went Carolina. I can't go back to them after you just got beat at home by Philadelphia. But if I don't take them, now I'm back in this situation again. All right, these are my options. I only pick one team. There's one team in the NFC that's definitive. I have Washington 2-3. I have Philadelphia 2-3. I have Chicago 3-2. I have Minnesota 2-3. I have Carolina 3-2. I've got New Orleans 3-2. I've got Atlanta 2-3. I've got Seattle 2-3, and I've got San Francisco 2-3. Seattle's going with Geno Smith for a while here. I got to take them off the list.
They're cooked.
All right. Do I go Chicago? They got a good defense. Justin Fields, though, I mean, has he impressed enough that I should go with him? I don't think so.
I don't think he's played that well,
All right.
honestly.
San Francisco, what's going on with their quarterback situation? Trey Lance is hurt now, too. Not to mention, if Trey Lance plays, they're not making the playoffs. I'm sorry. That kid is not ready to play NFL football. He played one game last year at North Dakota State. He is not ready. That would tell me San Francisco's not making it. So before we thought 3 NFC West teams are getting in. Now I'm only going with 2. But am I going with Jameis Winston?
I mean, do you trust Sean Payton?
I like Payton. I don't like Winston. So I'm a little iffy there.
Out?
Chicago, I can't go with Fields. He's just not ready to play.
I can't go with Nagy. To me, the problem, I think Nagy is setting him up to fail.
I got to go with 2, though. 2 of these teams have to make the playoffs. Tyler Heineke.
Their defense is so bad.
How about Kirk Cousins?
I mean, at least you know what you're getting from the Vikings week in and week out.
I feel more inclined to go Minnesota right now.
I feel like Minnesota is the safer pick.
All right, I'm going to go Minnesota. I got 1 spot. So the 1 spot left would be either Chicago, Carolina, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Washington, San Francisco, Seattle. That's your choices. So if you're out there and you don't think Philadelphia, Washington, or another NFC team, NFC East team can get in, I'm here to tell you, buckle up because it's going to be a wild and bumpy ride. Guess what? Washington, I'm going to throw out. Here's why. Their defense is horrible. And here's why. Kansas City, Green Bay, Denver, Tampa Bay, Carolina, Seattle, Raiders, Cowboys, Eagles, Giants. Their schedule is brutal. So Washington, to me, is out. On the who's out line, I'm going Washington. Okay?
Fair. It's very fair.
New Orleans. They have the Bucs, Titans, Bills, Cowboys, Bucs again. I don't like that team. I just don't
like
trust them. They lost at home to the Giants.
You almost sound like Chris Berman there for
Thanks.
a second.
Somebody told me.
Yeah.
Somebody once told me that I sounded like Chris Berman when I was like 12.
Okay.
I'm really trying to find another playoff team here. You're not helping.
Well, you already said the Vikings, right?
I got one. I need one more.
All right. Well,
Anybody out there?
New Orleans.
You're going New Orleans. That's the team you'd go with.
Because I'm not going with Chicago, and I'm not going with Washington. And I think the Eagles are a year away from being a year away.
Yeah, but a team that's a year away from being a year away can slip in at 8 and 9.
I trust Sean Payton more than Nick Sirianni.
That's fair. Do you trust? I can't say Geno Smith. I mean, God Almighty. I mean, because Pete Carroll. I would say, do you trust Pete Carroll?
But, well, listen, it's not about trusting.
What about
Pete
Carolina?
Carroll.
Did they just have a bad week? I mean, I like Rule. They have a good defense. When they get McCaffrey back,
Well, they're getting Stephon Gilmore back in 2 weeks. So does that factor into the decision at all?
their defense isn't their problem. Their defense was great. Their offense stunk the other day. Can I trust Sam Darnold? It's McCaffrey. Would not having McCaffrey hurt them? Their line's not very good. That's their problem.
That too. Being without Cam Irving didn't help either. But do you think Christian McCaffrey let me ask you this question. Would Christian McCaffrey would have made a difference in the Eagles game on Sunday?
Yeah.
If your answer is yes, they're a playoff team.
I think the answer is yes. You know why? Do you know why?
Why?
What would be your? Do you think he would have made a difference in the game?
Yes.
You might disagree with me.
I think he would have made a difference.
Okay, so why do you think he would have made a difference?
Because I think they would have relied on Darnold less in the game.
Right, because Hubbard is not nearly the pass catcher that McCaffrey is.
Well, not just that, but McCaffrey is a dynamic player who you can lean on.
Right, but Hubbard ran for 100 yards. That wasn't their problem. When Darnold had to make a play, the checkdown's not there because Hubbard's not nearly the pass catcher. The pass catcher is McCaffrey. He's their safe zone. And when the offense is struggling, they go to the safe zone. Hubbard is not the safe zone because he doesn't have the same pass catching ability. That's why McCaffrey not being there was the difference in the game. So, yes, let's go with Carolina, even though they lost at home to Philadelphia. That's pretty weird to say. I've had Carolina 3 straight weeks in the playoffs, by the way. So the Eagles essentially went on the road and beat a playoff team.
But do you count that as a legitimate win?
I get it.
There's there's ups and downs. Like Miami beat Philadelphia a couple of years ago. Miami wasn't a playoff team. Philadelphia was. Right.
Okay, you guys out there listening, you just heard what we're trying to put together. Which team did we leave out that should be in the playoffs in the NFC? So I have Dallas in, Green Bay in, Tampa Bay in, Arizona in. I feel pretty solid that those 4 teams are getting in. I think the Rams, I feel pretty solid that the Rams are getting in. But out of this group of teams, who is the last 2 wild card teams in the NFC? All right, these are your choices. Washington, -32. Philadelphia, -9. Chicago, -16. Minnesota, +4. Carolina, +28. The Saints, +36. Seattle, -6. San Francisco, -2. Now, keep in mind, Seattle and San Francisco right now both have backup quarterbacks playing. So does Chicago. Now, many people think Chicago's backup is better than their starter. I don't think that there's significant difference there. I think Fields is just more exciting. Because Dalton stinks. I'll give you that.
And Nagy's worse.
Wow. So I was trying to have this conversation with my buddy the other night that, no NFC East teams getting in but Dallas. I said, but Washington, I think their schedule's too brutal. Philadelphia doesn't have the same brutal schedule. They've already gone through the brutal part of their schedule.
This is their brutal schedule.
Right. After tonight, Thursday night, they play this Raiders team that's in disarray all of a sudden. The Lions, who haven't won yet. Now, the Chargers is going to be tough, but that game's here in Philly. I still think they lose that game.
They probably do.
At Denver, that's a tough game. Home against the Saints. At the Giants. At the Jets. Washington. Giants. Washington. Dallas.
You just need a ton of winnable games.
Every game on that schedule is a winnable game to me, except for Tampa, Los Angeles, and Dallas. Every other game, you have a shot to win. And that's why I think Philadelphia has a shot to be the 3rd wildcard team or the 2nd wildcard team, because I don't think right now we have Minnesota as the 2nd wildcard team. And I don't think that's very secure. Do you?
No.
God almighty. All right, that's who's in and who's out. It's brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. Online, bmwofAtlanticCity.com. Who's in the NFC? Which of those teams should we put in on the NFC? I want to further discuss this a little bit more coming up. 452 on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show is brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets, take your profit, find out how, PropSwap.com, or download the PropSwap app today. Speaking of betting, the John Gruden thing, you can bet on who the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders will be. And if you take a look at some of the names that are involved, the top candidate, number one right now, Eric Bieniemy, 6-1. Brian Daboll is next. Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator for the Carolina Panthers. Kellen Moore is the Dallas offensive coordinator. Byron Leftwich is the coordinator in Tampa Bay. Matt Campbell is the head coach at Iowa State. I love Matt Campbell. He would be my favorite pick for any team to be their next head coach. He's just a young, vibrant guy with a lot of energy. I think he would be a great NFL head coach. I think he is happy at Iowa State, from what I understand, that he is really happy at Iowa State. So I think you should definitely cross him off the list, but I would love him to be. I wanted the Eagles to go after him. Todd Bowles is 9-1. David Shaw. Where's Shaw? Is he still at Stanford? His name seems to come up all the time. Gus Bradley, 10-1. Matt Eberflus is 10-1. Doug Peterson is 12-1 to be the next head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. Then you have some really long shots on there, like Peyton Manning, 50-1. Urban Meyer, 50-1. Howie Long, 75-1. Jay Gruden, 75-1. Charles Woodson, 100-1. Lane Kiffin, 100-1. Tony Romo, 150-1. I like this one. Sebastian Janikowski, 500-1. You want to lay a couple of odds? So if you're a prop swap in one of these, I think Doug Peterson at 12-1 would be a pretty good one to buy the ticket now at 12-1, and then maybe sell that if you start to hear the rumors. Why? Mike Mayock is the general manager there. So I think Peterson would be a guy, Super Bowl champion. Of all the guys on this list, how many of them won a Super Bowl? Just one. Doug Peterson. Hey, when we come back, right now is your last chance to enter. Here's the word, ERTZ. ERTZ, ERTZ. Enter it now on our website, 973ESPN.com. We're going to announce the winning name during Tuesday with Thompson to see who's going Thursday night to the Eagles game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Club box seats. Your last chance to enter it right now. The word is ERTZ. ERTZ. Good luck. All right, final hour of the show here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The 5 o'clock hour today on the Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. It is a Tuesday, which means it is a Tuesday with Thompson. The PT is here, and we are, we got a lot going on, PT. We got plenty to discuss as we get ready for the Eagles on Thursday night. We got to look back at the Eagles win. We have the weekend that was. We have baseball playoffs. We have the Flyers on Friday. We've got hockey back tonight. We have Ben Simmons returning. I was in the building last night. See, Ben Simmons said, that Mike Gill, he's a rational, reasonable guy. So I'm going to show back up to the building
just to see Mike Gill.
There.
Did
right,
you talk
exactly.
to him? Did you say, hey, I've had your Australian meat pies?
Oh, geez, that sounds terrible.
That's what you used to. You remember you got a whole case of this stuff.
I do remember, but when you say that and the listeners don't know what you're talking about, it doesn't sound great.
I'm only talking to an audience of one.
Okay, well, yes, when Ben Simmons was like a rookie, they had the Australian meat pies, which is like a fair over there.
Right, it was like 4 and 20. I think that was the brand name of them.
Yeah, so they sent them to us over here.
But I knew they were terrible because even Josh wouldn't eat them.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to go about it. No, they were pretty good. I didn't have a problem with them. Ben Simmons gave them to me. He's my friend.
Josh loaded them up with broccoli.
There you go. So let's start with, first off, by the way, we are going to announce the winner for the Eagles tickets, club box seats. All right, club box seat. Have you ever sat in these seats before?
I have one time. No. I've never actually sat in the seats. I've met you in the club level.
That's right. Okay, yes.
I
sat in the seats. You were there. So it's those seats there. So these seats are like really
and I've been
good.
2 sections down. Like I'm going to the Saints game this year, 2 sections down from those seats, actually closer to where you hear, like literally the section that I'm in for the Saints game, I can turn around and see Mike and Merrill. Like I can actually hear Merrill without a headset or anything like that because his voice is like right above me.
So we're going to announce the winner of that segment. We're going to have that winning name coming up here in just a little bit, right after this edition of Tuesday with Thompson. So, PT, before you go, you and I will announce the name for the winning person, okay?
Perfect. Can't wait.
You on board. But before that, I think the winner and everybody else want to hear about what's going on out there. So let's start with that. Ben Simmons last night. Now, I don't know if you heard the full story, which was reported. Essentially,
Simmons,
Simmons last night shows up unannounced.
That doesn't surprise me.
And his team of people are outside the building.
Trying to get in.
Text Elton Brand, hey, we're outside. Can somebody let Ben in?
Oh, my God.
We want to take the COVID test.
That's craziness. Meanwhile, there's a game going on. People are in the building. It's a game night sort of situation. That's craziness. I wish there was cameras on that. And
well,
like
nobody knew he was there. You heard what Doc Rivers said after the game last night. He's like, I'm going to have to check with Woj. I have no idea I don't have any idea what happened.
Right. Well, and that's usually, oh my God, like the drama never ends on this stuff. I mean, clearly money talks and you know what walks. And obviously he was tired of getting fined, so he had to show up. Now, does this mean he's ultimately going to be on the roster and playing in the opener? We don't know that for sure.
Right. Well, he's on the roster. He just keeps getting listed as not with the team.
Right.
So he's technically on the roster and with the on the roster.
But does your gut right now on Tuesday, a Tuesday with Thompson, make you think that he will be? There's one more preseason game left too, right? By the way,
Friday night.
Okay, so they open up the season
Wednesday. Wednesday
in New Orleans.
Next Wednesday night in New Orleans. Their home opener is next Friday night against Brooklyn on the 22nd.
And you and I are going to that because we're going to boo Ben together.
I'm not a booer.
Sir, there's no booing in the press box.
I'm not booing Ben Simmons. I have no reason to boo Ben Simmons other than the fact that he's been a jerk.
Neither do I, but I do want to watch the other people do it. Did they put
last
out
night,
new...
by the way, last night I had these guys sitting behind me. They should have been thrown out. They deserve to be thrown out.
What section were you in?
114, row 10.
Okay, so lower bowl, not courtside, not even close to like the hockey board.
I'm 10 rows up. I'm 10 rows up off the floor.
Good seats.
Good seats. These
And
guys
what were
behind
these
me last
guys?
night.
Just give me an idea of what they were saying or yelling. What
Well,
dance
some of it
around
is not usable for the radio.
right. But who are they directing their ire at? Who are they mad at?
Everybody.
Oh God, were
I
they?
mean, it was just everybody.
Did they have like each have 2 beers in their hands, and were they?
I didn't
imbibed,
turn
or-
around to look. There was 5 guys behind me, 3 of which got kicked out. The other
Okay.
2, I don't know how they didn't get kicked out with them. I think they just kind of snuck back around.
And, oh my gosh, who were you with? Were you with children?
No, I was with a friend of mine. He had 2
Okay.
tickets. So he says to me, hey, I have 2 tickets. Now, he's not really a sports fan. It's my friend who, he feels like because he he's a lawyer. So his firm had tickets. They gave him the tickets. He doesn't know a lot of sports fans. So he calls me to go with them. So,
Right.
we're at the game.
Free ticket.
Right. So we're sitting in the seats. And
And
I mean, if there's a derogatory word that could be used, one that begins with an F, that one was thrown out. And well, mind you, there's only about 10,000 people in the building.
Yeah, so it's bouncing off all the walls.
It is easily audible.
Oh man. This is because my girlfriend asked me this morning. She said, there's new policies at the Wells Fargo Center, and they're all upset about it. People are complaining about it. I go, what do you mean new policies? And she's like, oh, you can't throw anything on the court. I go, they've always had that. She's like, no, they're all stirred up. And I said, well, they're all stirred up because they're trying to be proactive with Ben coming back to sort of tighten the screws and not have this unruly fan behavior. But I got to tell you, Mike Gill, there was a streaker allegedly at the Carolina Panthers game, right? And he had an Eagles green hat on.
How about the 2 people that got caught having sex in the bathroom down there that were in the Eagles bathroom?
I was wondering if you'd bring that up. Shouldn't they get a round of applause instead of in trouble?
They were getting a round of applause, and then the police were having to wait for them to finish so they could arrest them.
Oh my gosh!
They were getting pressure.
I should laugh.
They were getting pressure from the people filming that were basically like, well, let them finish before you're going to arrest them.
Oh gosh, I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, but Arlo Guthrie had a song called Alice's Restaurant. It was about the war and protest and all that stuff way back in like the late 60s, early 70s. But the number one joke in the song is, have you ever been arrested? And can you imagine if you had to go tell a future employer, have you ever been arrested? Well, there was this time in Charlotte where my girl and I, you can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't. Pete Thompson. So Ben Simmons, you're right. We don't know if he's actually going to play, but I mean, he showed up. Now he's there. And then it's like, how would he be received when he walks in? I mean,
was there a hug between him and Embiid at some point today? Maybe did I see something about that?
I have not seen any updates.
Clickbait where somebody's trying to get me to click on it. I thought I saw something that said Embiid hugs Simmons, and I thought, wait, what?
I have not seen any update on the story. Now I'm on the radio right now,
True.
I have not seen that. That doesn't mean
for
it
God's
hasn't
sakes,
happened.
don't use me as your breaking news source.
No, that's definitely not.
You're smarter to know that.
Yes, exactly. So the next thing comes into play is, how is he received when he walks in there? How is he received by the team when he shows up? Now, some people have kind of, the Seinfeld episode when George rips the guy who's his boss, and then he shows back up to the board meeting
and he's acts like nothing ever happened.
Right. He's like, is that Costanza down there?
Right. Because he just thinks that, he'll forget. He won't even realize it. And that's Kramer that gave him that advice. Just go back in and act like nothing happened. Right.
So George is like, oh, you took that seriously? Like, you thought I was being for real? And it's like, come on, dude. So essentially,
I think the players, I think the players understand Simmons' value more than maybe the fans do. And the guy's, potential defensive player of the year candidate every year, right? I mean, what he brings to the court, look, he may not be able to shoot a free throw and he may pass up wide open dunks, but they're a better team defensively if he's on the court, and the players know that. So I don't think they'll, and I saw something today about if anybody can understand his plight, it would be Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers once was a holdout or a late guy that came in and joined a team late in a contract holdout or a contract dispute situation. I mean, you keep going back to it and you're right. The problem is what was the dispute? The guy has 4 years remaining on his contract. What was his beef? But I'm sure behind closed doors, if they can
Well,
they know they're better with him than without him.
John Clark is reporting that Simmons met with Doc Rivers and Daryl Morey today. Plus, he's going through the process to rejoin the Sixers, including taking a physical. Now, I don't know how much further it went than that, but that's essentially where they are, that he met with those two guys.
And you figure that's over at the facility in Camden, right? So maybe he runs into a beat there, or maybe he doesn't. How does that work?
I would imagine that it's in Camden or at the arena, that he goes in, he sits down, and they say, look, Ben, we haven't talked to you since August. We understand something's bothering you. Get it off your chest. What is it?
Yeah. Now, what an awkward meeting that's got to be.
Yeah.
I want to be a fly on the wall for that.
Yeah, I think we all do, right?
Televise that live. Carry that live on 97.3.
Right. I mean, how does... Like, here's the thing, too. This is the frustrating part about it, Pete. All Ben Simmons has to do is show back up and just, like, pop a couple jumpers, get to the basket, get fouled, make a couple free throws, and I don't think there would be much of a problem here.
The bar couldn't be set lower. All he has to do is basically perform a little, and people would be like, oh, great. He's back and he's contributing, and, yeah, I think that there's a lot of room for forgiveness, quite frankly. But at the same time, I still think he's going to hear it. I'm sorry. The Philly
he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it initially right off the bat, and then he could easily shut them up just by doing something spectacular.
Right. The minimal, make a three-pointer. That would shut him up.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me get into a couple other things here, Pete Thompson. The Eagles, they won. It was an ugly game. You were supposed to come to my house. You didn't show. That
Neither
being
did Billy.
said, yeah, Billy's reasoning. That's the second time he's used the same excuse. Now, mind you,
I don't know if this adds any validity or not. I'm not taking sides, but he did get a text at a commercial break and said, "Oh, bleep. My mother flooded the bleep."
Yeah, exactly. Well, when he was now, mind you, Billy invited himself over to my house. So I had no problem accepting. I said, if you want to, he said, what are you doing for the game? I'll be on my porch. You're more than welcome to come over. Fine. And then he texted me that he wasn't going to make it. Now, there's been one other time that Billy has showed up to my house to watch the game. And in the middle of like the first quarter, he had to get up and leave for the same reason, he told me.
Well, his mother is like in her 90s. I mean, it's plausible.
I get it, but is that something that needs immediate attention?
Well,
or could it not be?
I don't think his 5-year-old daughter is going to be able to fix a pipe, and I don't think his wife can do it. So, yeah, if somebody's got to go home and literally shut off the water from flooding the house, I think that's going to be him.
All right. Well,
I'm going to have to weigh in on the side of the Schweimer on this one.
I think that could be explained on how to turn the water off.
Okay.
Like when you call me Sunday morning and say, hey, this is going on, and I walk you through it.
And how did that work? I actually
not this Sunday. I'm talking about other Sundays that have happened in the past.
That's where the Schweimer and I definitely are in the same lane. We throw our hands up when we know we're incompetent, okay? And not for nothing, but if we're the competent ones, what does that tell you about the rest of the class?
Well, that being said, the Eagles won the game. It was not an aesthetically pleasing game.
I predicted they would lose. They won because I said they would lose.
I didn't only predict they would win. I predicted that Slay would have an interception. I predicted that Cox. Yes, he said, "Hold my beer." Here's another one. I predicted that Fletcher Cox would have a big game. Mm-hmm. I predicted that the Eagles would win the game and that it would be pretty close. I did not predict it would be that ugly, though. I had 29-24. But I also predicted that Sam Darnold would turn the ball over multiple times. He turned the ball over 3 times in the game.
That's right. That's right.
Now the question is: now we just did who's in, who's out.
Yeah, I heard a little of that, and I heard
we can't find playoff teams.
Yeah, it's really hard because the quality of play right now in the NFL is so blank poor. You know what I mean? Bleeping
okay,
poor.
But hearing that edition of who's in and who's out.
I didn't hear the whole thing. I just heard where you were searching for an AFC team.
Oh, what about the NFC sides?
You were just flipping to the NFC side when I had to get out of the car and go do other functions.
So you missed the whole NFC side? Oh, the whole NFC side was the harder part.
In. Oh, that's right. And then I did hear a little of the NFC North, too. I think you were talking a little bit about who had the positive point differential, and it was a surprise.
The NFC playoff wild card. The division winners are pretty clear. Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, or the Rams, blah, 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 blah. The one that doesn't win that division, they're going to be a wild card. The 2 and the 3 wild card right now, who do you got? I mean, so my question is, knowing that, like, your options are, you ready, Pete Thompson? You want the options?
Yeah, lay them out.
All right. The options are these teams. Washington, 2 and 3. Philadelphia, 2 and 3. Chicago, 3 and 2. Minnesota, 2 and 3. Carolina, 3 and 2. New Orleans, 3 and 2. Atlanta, 2 and 3. Seattle, 2 and 3, who just lost their quarterback for 8 weeks. San Francisco, 2 and 3. You need 2 of those teams to get into the playoffs. So I ask you, hearing that, does your outlook for the Eagles season change as, hey, why not us?
No, because I think they're going to get throttled by the Bucs, right? And then
It's one game.
I know, but I also don't see, like,
You're the guy who, when they lost to the Dolphins a couple of years ago, when it was an embarrassing loss, that says, that's so embarrassing, the season's over. And then they won every game the rest of the year.
I might have been that guy. Look, I'm not jumping back in or even switching my position. The Eagles still have a lot of flaws. I am not moving off of that.
Nobody's disputing that, but the teams I just mentioned, they all have massive flaws.
True. I mean, look, good Lord, you've basically put me back in Philadelphia in 1988, the mayor's race. You want me to pick between Rizzo and Wilson Good, and I want to vote for whoever the third party candidate is. I don't want to vote for either one of them.
Hey, that's my point, goes back to what I just said. You don't want to vote for any of these teams because they all have flaws. So why not this team?
You're still not going to get me to buy in yet. If they go and win a game that they're not supposed to win, if they go and do, if they
done that already? They just went to Carolina and won on the road.
Yeah, but that Carolina team has flaws. That Carolina team without Christian McCaffrey and Sam Darnold is not that good. And look, they're not the same team. They were they were a paper lion 3-1.
Fine,
team
let's go through this then. These are the quarterbacks of the teams I just gave you.
Yes,
Taylor Heineke, Justin Fields,
okay,
Sam Darnold, Jameis Winston, Geno Smith is now playing quarterback for the Seahawks.
Yeah,
and we don't know who's playing quarterback for the night. It could be Trey Lance.
I'm going with Geno Smith and the Seahawks.
It could be Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah,
they're talking about Nate Sudfeld having to play quarterback. So those are the quarterbacks of the teams that I just mentioned that are in play for the 2. And Kirk Cousins. I forgot about Minnesota.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going with Geno Smith. He's West Virginia guy, and I know that you'll get on board with him. Now, look, Geno Smith actually
being a West Virginia guy, Geno Smith they're not getting in. Put it that way.
It's all stats. It's all sizzle, no steak.
He's not very good.
He's not Russell Wilson.
I will say this. He was not very good in the positions he was in. New York Jets, that was an awful situation for him. He went to the Giants. That was an awful situation for him. This team here, much better situation. So maybe Geno, many people thought he might have been the number 1 overall pick in that draft. He went in the 2nd round. Now that he has some weapons around him, maybe he's pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he looked good the other night in spot duty, but, when teams get a chance to prepare for him, will he be the same team?
Pete Thompson, you froze up on us, buddy. I will say this. Walking myself through the whole Geno Smith thing, I will see that Geno, I've always said in the past, look, the Jets just did not put him in a position to win. He's a veteran quarterback now. He's bounced around the league. Maybe he's much more prepared to be ready for this situation. So I would almost put Seattle higher up on my list than some of the other quarterbacks that I mentioned.
If you want me to commit to a team, I'm just not going to do it. So I'll just keep
no,
dancing.
I'm not. I didn't say you had to commit to a team. What I asked was, are you now more invested into this season because of how wide open the Eagles have a stretch of games?
Now, see, I think you just changed the question a little bit.
No, I did not.
You asked me, are you more invested in the Eagles? Because I'm not more invested in the Eagles. I am more invested in the season because every goddamn week you can't tell who's going to win. You have no idea. Look at the Monday night game last night. That game was incredible.
But that's what I asked you. Are you more invested in the Eagles season now, knowing that it's so
that's
wide
a different
open?
Question. I'm invested in the season. I'm not more invested in the Eagles' chances. Okay. I still think the Eagles are a bad football team. All right. I think they have
them
major,
making
major
the playoffs
flaws.
doesn't mean they're a good football team. Being 8-9 and getting in, or 9-8, doesn't make you a good team. It just means that
We've seen 7 and 9 teams in the past, or we've seen teams in the past with losing records make the playoffs. I agree with that. So if your question is, am I invested in the Eagles? No, nothing changes because they won. I still think they're a bad football team, and I think they're going to get waxed on Thursday night. Am I invested in the season? Well, you had me at go. You had me at the word hello. I love the NFL. I'm thrilled that it's back. I'm thrilled there's fans back.
That's not the question I'm asking. Are you more invested in the Eagles season now? You might have gone into the season saying they have no shot to make the playoffs. Now, are you saying, based on what I just said, that you think they have more of an opportunity for this season to go someplace opposed to where you were at the beginning of the year?
Because I'm invested no matter what. It's a flawed question. I take issue with your question. It's a flawed question because it makes sense to only you. It's like asking me, can Giroux be the best player on the team that never, whatever that question is you ask me every year.
I think 98% of the audience knows what I'm asking you, and you are just not to get it. But we'll move on.
Fine.
Speaking of the Flyers, they play Friday night. Are you invested in that season?
Yeah, of course, until they, prove otherwise.
No,
but
my question is, Pete Thompson, see, it's the same question I'm asking you about the Flyers. Do you feel they have a shot to be a successful team? I know you're invested in the season. You're a fan. You want the season. My question is, do you have any anticipation that the season is going to be a successful one?
I like all the changes that they made, although I'm seeing news today that Ristolainen and Ellis have both had maintenance days, and that's probably not a concern. If they were playing tonight, I would be concerned. But what I'm reading and hearing about is that Ellis might have got a puck off his leg in the last exhibition game that they played. And so, no, am I invested? Yes, I'm invested. Do I think they're going to be better? Yes, I think they have nowhere to go but up. Am I going to follow them? Yes, of course I'm going to follow them. Am I excited? Can they be a better team? Yes, they can be a better team. It all hinges where it always hinges. Defensively, are they going to be any good? And is their goalie going to be any good? I think the goalie has to be better because he can't be much worse than he was last year. I'm still not sold on the backup, but that's what they got. And I don't like the fact that I know Elaine Vigneault doesn't like the fact that they only have 6 healthy defensemen right now because of the salary cap numbers. They sort of have to do that wheeling and dealing thing where because they don't play until Friday, this is the roster they go with. Kevin Hayes is on their opening night roster. That's the way hockey works. He has to be on that roster. So Kevin Hayes is on that roster and he's not going to play. And they know he's not going to play. And everybody knows he's not going to play. So you have to use a roster spot to protect the guy. That means you can't have one, they'd like to have 7 defensemen. Sorry, can't do it. You got to have a spot for Hayes.
So are they going to make the playoffs?
I don't know. You really want to ask me that before the season starts?
All right, Pete, you're no help today. Thanks for playing.
You're welcome.
All right, Pete Thompson, Tuesday with Thompson here.
You don't want the winner?
Live on 97.3 ESPN. We asked you these not because we're trying to get your opinion on what you might think. You're a hockey fan. You're a hockey guy.
I gave you
obviously don't have that answer for me today, so you can take a seat. All right, we'll throw you out of the old button there. We'll announce our winner for the Eagles tickets. Josh, do you want to answer the question? Will the Flyers make the playoffs this year?
Yes.
That's your answer. Yes.
Yes.
Wow, you had an opinion. That's amazing.
I have a lot of opinions, but people don't always agree with them.
Usually they make it every other year. So they would probably get back in there. So they did a good job building the defense back up.
Yes,
they have a couple bumps along the road. The big question is going to be Hart. Now, if you go to our website, 973ESPN.com, ESPN wrote an article about players on the hot seat. You know who the number 1 player in the entire league was? League-wide.
Sounds like a Flyer.
It was Carter Hart.
Really?
He was the number 1 player on the hot seat.
I have trouble accepting that. I think
now,
that's way
the
too
question
high.
I asked Pete Thompson that he couldn't understand or figure out. Do you know what I was saying? Have your expectations for the season changed? Of course you're invested in the season. You love football. The question that I was asking was, are you now invested differently into the season because it's so wide open? Like you want to enter the season saying, I don't think the Eagles are going to be a playoff team, but I love football. I'm going to watch every week. Well, no bleep, dummy. Are you watching the games now with more investment of, hey, I want to win. Like, 'cause a lot of people are watching. Like, I see people, I don't want to make the playoffs. I'd rather have the high draft pick. No, in the NFL, I'm in for playoffs.
So
The high draft pick for me doesn't do me anything. You know why? Because the NFL draft is a different animal than the NBA draft. Not to mention, Miami stinks enough that you can get their high draft pick.
and so the Colts, by the way. Here's the deal. I'll answer for Pete and me.
Go.
Pete's answer was supposed to be, because knowing Pete, his answer is going to be no, because I didn't expect to make the playoffs anyway. I don't expect to make the playoffs now. That's what Pete was going to say, but he tried to hem and haul around it. Now,
Yeah.
my answer is my expectations have changed, not because the Eagles have a chance to make the playoffs, but because of the fact that I think that this team is more Jekyll and Hyde than I expected.
All right, here's the winner. They're going to see Eagles Buccaneers Thursday night. Club box seats. Brian Curran. Brian Curran. If you are out there, Brian Curran, you can call us. We'll tell you how to get the tickets. If not, we'll call you after the show is over. Brian Curran. Congratulations, Brian Curran. You are going to see the Eagles and Bucs club box seats Thursday night football. Brian Curran, if anybody out there knows Brian, let him know he just won tickets to see the Eagles and the Bucs Thursday night. Rob Maaddi is next. At 5:32 on a Tuesday, Rob Maaddi's appearance is brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. He joins me now as the Eagles get ready to take on the defending Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have some news around them. Eagles got news. We got plenty to follow up on this game as the Eagles host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Thursday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob Maaddi, what's going on, man?
Well, what's up, man? Good to talk some football. Been doing a whole lot of John Gruden stuff the past couple of days, and it's a different thing, man. Different.
I guess they're lucky they're not. The Eagles play the Raiders next week. Obviously, if that would have been an interesting circus playing them on Thursday night this week. But you are down there as well, and Tom Brady with this injured thumb. So what do we know about where Brady is and getting himself ready to play this game on Thursday night?
So, I was at the Bucs game when they demolished Miami on Sunday. And early, I think it was in the second quarter, about 2.5 minutes in or so, saw him hit his hand on a helmet, and he was doing this a lot. But stayed in the game, threw for his first career 400-yard, 5-touchdown performance. He'd done both, but never in the same game. And then he finally, when they have a 28-point lead, sits out the last 7.5 minutes. After that game, very unlike Tom Brady, he shows up to the news conference with his hand wrapped. Today, he showed up with it really heavily wrapped. And he said, he said, this is not something I would have done in my younger days. And I think that's partly because Belichick would not have allowed it. Don't let them see you hurt kind of mentality. But now he's like, I don't care. He talked about it. It didn't hinder him against Miami. And Miami's got a strong secondary. Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, and he still threw for 400-plus yards and 5 touchdowns. 2 of those touchdowns came in the fourth quarter. So I don't anticipate this to be troublesome for him against the Eagles, but it certainly, I'm sure it swelled up a little bit. So, it's a short week. He doesn't have the full 5 days to rest. So you can see where if his ball starts to flutter or something's off, that thumb may be some sort of an issue. But he was effusive in his praise of the Eagles today, and especially that defensive line.
Yeah, I know that. But I guess I'll ask you this: you being a guy who followed the Eagles, closely here, and now covering the league as a more national scope, you're down there. Does anybody have a thought? Everybody has kind of had this feeling of Brady against Foles. Didn't shake hands and yada yada. That he really wants retribution on the Eagles for that loss in the Super Bowl.
No, he came back here and beat them with New England that year, 19, 2 years ago, I believe. It was a terrible game. He won like 17-9 or whatever it was. I have never seen an athlete in pro sports angrier after a victory than I saw Brady after that one. He was not happy with the way they played in that game. And that was his final year, in fact. And it was kind of like a prelude for how the offense was struggling. More fans in Philadelphia care about the Nick Foles snub and the handshake. Brady doesn't look at it as retribution. He looks at it as, hey, we got a game on a short week. And it's funny to me how much he mentioned this week and after the game on Sunday that they went on the road last year against the Bears on a Thursday night and lost to them in a short week. And if I had thought there might be a little letdown. It's been an emotional ride for the Buccaneers. They were in L.A., and then they come back from L.A., and they go on the road, and they're playing New England in the Brady Belichick Bowl, and then they're home against Miami, and now it's a short week. I thought, maybe it's you catch them in a letdown. But when you hear Brady harping on, hey, last year we went on the road, we didn't do well, and that still sits in his mind, he's going to make sure that the guys are ready to go. But they're banged up a little bit, Mike, defensively. And I think there's an opportunity for the Eagles to take advantage, especially now with Levante David out.
Yeah, I was going to ask a follow-up with David before we look to the Eagles side of thing. Him being out, how much does that affect their defense? I mean, he's a pretty important player, but an important enough player that they should be concerned with the Eagles offense, who don't run and don't throw the ball over the middle at all.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their injury report today too, and Jason Pierre-Paul was limited in practice, so he's banged up a little bit. Antoine Winfield was limited in practice. He's banged up. He's going through concussion protocol. Jamel Dean, cornerback, he participated. He's got the knee injury. Their secondary's been beat up. But when Levante David's not in, he's not out there, I think you can look for mismatches with Kenny Gainwell and Miles Sanders coming out of the backfield. And Bruce Arians talked about this the other day, how he was very high on Miles Sanders coming and running the ball, catching the ball, and talking about that. And I think the Eagles can exploit some of this with some of these guys banged up. And if you can get Dallas Goedert matched up against the backup linebacker, or however it turns out, their linebackers are the strength of the Tampa Bay defense, especially now. But now you lose a guy like Levante David, who's kind of one of their key guys back there. And there's opportunity for the Eagles to, I think, stay with them offensively. I think the Bucs are going to score some points, but I think the Eagles can score some points here against this Tampa Bay defense that has shown this year some susceptibility, especially against the pass too, as well.
Yeah, we're talking with Rob Maaddi, who is covering the Eagles and Bucs, obviously. This game's Thursday night. You can hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Let's look at the Eagles side of things. Let me get your take on what is happening, what we know, what we don't know, obviously, with Lane Johnson. Do we anticipate that his time maybe for this season is up? What's going on with him in the organization? Did you find it peculiar that, I mean, I know it's a personal matter, so people don't want to pry or ask, but that we still really have no resolution to what's going on there. In this day and age, is it odd that we haven't found out more?
Yeah, and Lane is a very talkative guy, and he's got a lot of friends in the media. And Lane's somebody who, he's very accessible. I can reach out to him and he'll text you back, right? He's that kind of guy. He'll reach back right out to you. He'll call you back. And you want to respect his privacy at a time like this. So you're not going to ask him what happened. You're just going to let him know that you're there for him. You're praying for him. But I'm surprised that it hasn't come out in any way, shape, or form what it has to, in general terms, do with. So when Nick Sirianni says the other day, he's hopeful, right, Mike? Hopeful that he's back this year. Man, I wonder. I really do. I still think at some point, he got 12 games left, and he'll be back. But we don't know what this is, and we don't know how serious this personal matter is. And for that reason, I believe it was something that happened like quickly, right? Because we expected him to play that Sunday, and he scratched from the lineup, and he leaves the Eagles. So it doesn't give me any indication or any clue to what it could have been, but it's not like something that was building, I don't think.
When you look at the Eagles win, they beat Carolina, they went on the road. It wasn't pretty. What does that kind of tell you about this team? They have 2 road victories. I mean, this is a team that's kind of not found an identity. They don't really know who they are, yet went on the road twice in the NFL and picked up wins. The last one against a team that was 3-1, and a lot of people started to like a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that kind of told you what the Carolina Panthers are when they lose a game like that to the Eagles. There was some thought that, hey, maybe they can contend in the for a playoff spot. But I think when you lose a home game to the Eagles in the manner in which they lost it, Sam Darnold kind of reverted back to who he was with the New York Jets. But for the Eagles, it was a much needed victory. And the encouraging part is the offense struggled for much of 3 quarters, but the defense kept it together. And then the special teams comes up with a big play. And you're going to need that. You're going to need all 3 phases. As Nick Sirianni said, you're going to need that to show up to win football games. And what I think I know right now about the Eagles 5 weeks in at 2-3 is they're not good enough to beat the elite teams. And even though Kansas City's record stinks, their offense is elite. And I don't anticipate the Chiefs being an under 500, 2-3 team and not bouncing back at some point. But then you look at the Cowboys, who are 4-1. I don't think the Eagles are good enough to win a division or compete with the better teams in the NFL, but they can certainly beat the Falcons. They can certainly beat the Panthers. They were in it against the 49ers and lost because of self-inflicted wounds. Heck, they were in it against the Chiefs, and the offense couldn't capitalize, 3 negated touchdowns. So I think they're a team that's going to keep themselves in games, but they're not there yet, and they're not going to be there, I don't believe, at the end of the season when you're talking about playoff teams. But I really think this game Thursday night against Tampa, there's a shot to where they can surprise people and stay in it a whole lot longer, to where they can make the Buccaneers sweat out a victory.
Well, and I find it interesting because Jonathan Gannon was the guy who was really being criticized over the 2-week span. They gave up 83 points, to which I said on Friday's show, Rob, was, they gave up 23 points against Atlanta and San Francisco. You give up 83 against two offenses that are two of the premier offenses in the league. Let's see what happens when you play a team that is more the mean. Carolina is more of what's left on your schedule, right? Now, Tampa's different. I think the Chargers are different, and you have Dallas down the line. But most of the teams you're going to face the rest of the way are more in the Atlanta, San Francisco, Carolina. So it looks like John Gannon's defense is suitable to hold up against those type of teams. So then the question becomes, where is their offense? Who do they want to be offensively? What are they offensively?
Yeah, and if your defense is good enough to keep you in games against the non-elite offenses, your offense should be good enough to pull those games out and to win those, because we saw them rack up points and move the ball against the Chiefs. Now, against the Cowboys, some of those scores, they were a little bit in garbage time towards the end of the game, but they did move the ball. So I see with this offense a team that still won. You ask about identity, they're still searching for it, Mike. This is a team that I don't know if anyone else has given the ball to their running backs a fewer percentage of times. I tweeted it out yesterday, and I believe it was only 20-something, very low percentage, where Kenny Gainwell and Miles Sanders have gotten handoffs. And that's they're still searching for their identity. And I don't know that Nick Sirianni can continue to come out there and think. Now, we know when they played against the Cowboys, he said, we're going to have to match up with them, their explosive offense, and that's why he justified throwing the ball and didn't run the ball. Well, you're playing Tampa, who is even more explosive than the Cowboys. Does that mean on Thursday night he's going to come out with an 85-15 pass-run ratio? Listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you got to run the ball 50-50. I'm not even going to tell you got to run the ball 60-40. But there's got to be some semblance of balance. And there's got to be a way to keep the other team on the sideline. And when your running backs are averaging near 5 yards per carry, you got to give them the ball and chew some clock and help out the defense. So they're still searching for their offensive identity. And I still think Nick Sirianni's learning how to be a play caller on the fly. And sometimes he's got a couple nice play designs. And then sometimes his whole, you look at it and go, short, screen. What's going on here?
Yeah, I know that Sirianni, to me, has been a little bit of a problem as a play caller. As a head coach, how would you rank him?
I think he's got respect of his players. He's got leadership. He's got inspirational qualities. He can command the locker room. So as a head coach in general, Doug was like this. Doug was a leader of men. He was a leader of a team, but we questioned Doug's play calling at times, and rightfully so, because, hey, look at Carson Wentz last night. When you run the ball a little bit, when you give him some weapons, when the play design is nice, he throws for over 400 yards, albeit they lose the football game. But I think Sirianni, overall as a head coach, he's got the makeup for it. But it comes down to, when you're a play caller, you got to make the right calls. You got to put your guys in a position to where you can maximize their strengths. And then sometimes, we saw a great scheme against the Atlanta Falcons, and every game since then has been questionable.
He's Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press. This was an interesting one. Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, Thursday night here in Philly. Obviously, Tom Brady, you might never see Tom Brady play in Philadelphia ever again after this. This will probably be the last time you get a chance. So check that out here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob will be back on Thursday to kind of give us some of the keys. You'll be covering this down in Tampa to give us some more perspective of what they're looking at this game. And are you coming up here for the game Thursday night?
I will be. I'll be landing sometime early afternoon. So I got you, man. I'll be right here at 5:25.
All right. Also, Faith on the Field Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, Sunday morning at 6:30. Can you give us a little preview?
Yeah, Buffalo Bills linebacker A.J. Klein, who has been a starter for much of his career. This year, he began his season mostly on special teams, veteran guy, and he's back in playing a key role last week on the defense, shutting down somewhat the Kansas City Chiefs. And Buffalo's a pretty good team right now. They might be the cream of the AFC for sure. And nice little conversation with Buffalo Bills linebacker A.J. Klein.
I enjoyed your conversation with Emmanuel Acho this past week. So that was a good one. I'm sure this one will be a good one as well. Rob Maaddi from the AP back on Thursday. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, bud.
All right, there goes Rob Maaddi. He'll be back to give us some more insight on the matchup on Friday's show. Excuse me, on Thursday's show when he joins us here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. Rob Maaddi's appearance is brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. You can download the app, the Apple Store or Google Play. When we finish up the show, I'll give you my final thoughts. And I gave you that college football thought. I will give you that pick on the one game I like this weekend a lot next. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show here on a Tuesday. Don't forget game night tonight. Josh has Chris Franklin, who covers the Eagles and Sixers for NJ.com, coming up at 6:20 tonight. Some new news on the Ben Simmons front real quick. He did meet with the Sixers today. He took his required physical. His status for the season to be determined. This is from Keith Pompey from the Inquirer. He cannot be around his teammates for 5 days due to the NBA's COVID protocols, so he will not travel to Friday's preseason finale against the Pistons. I guess he will not be fined for that game because he did report and he can't play for 5 days. So I think he may have spared himself $360,000 or whatever the fine is for that game. Now the question becomes, will he play next Wednesday night in the season opener against the New Orleans Pelicans? That is the next question in the Ben Simmons saga. You can get more details on our website, 973ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill, getting ready to wrap up the show. By the way, the college football game I like this weekend, it is Oklahoma. Right now the line is 13.5. It started at 12.5. It's already going up. I think that's going to go up more. I think Oklahoma, they've won 7 straight against TCU. If you want to lock one in this weekend, I think that's one. It's 7:30 Saturday night. I love Oklahoma at home against TCU, who just an average team. They've lost 7 straight times in this series. And you know what I like about Oklahoma? The whole quarterback thing. Whoever plays quarterback for them has a big reason to go out and just put some points on the board. And Oklahoma, by the way, this season has really just all of a sudden taken a wild turn of events because of Alabama losing, right? Alabama lost. Oklahoma's now number 3 in the coaches poll. So now they want to put the pressure on to get themselves in the college football playoffs. I think beating TCU by at least 2 touchdowns is the way they do it. All right, Josh is up next with Game Night. Thank you to everybody who texted, called, tweeted, text. You know it. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Coming up on Wednesday's show, we're one day closer to the Eagles and Bucs. We'll break it all down. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City on the latest with Ben Simmons, plus Jason Fitz. Jeff Mosher has football at 4. The NFL Find 5, Ugly 5, 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. And a Cup of Joe with Joe Valerio, former Kansas City Chief, joins us at 5.